Good evening, folks. It's Rickzilla here. Sorry that there is no chilling out of any other ways of sponsoring. Not tonight. No intros. Tonight it's going to be different. I wasn't planning anyone who doesn't know me personally know that I had when it comes to contemplations of suicide. I don't know if I should talk about this, but I decided to do a review of one of Rickzilla's streams from earlier this year because using suicide as an excuse to get people to feel sorry for her. And that pissed me off.
This was from if anyone wants to come in the chat, feel free to do so. Everyone's gonna get the link to the but
Please,
if you need to. It's a very need to put this together so that others won't suffer and others won't make the same mistakes. I can't say much on the matter because it's really, really serious. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it in the slightest. Not after what happened recently in my family. I'm not gonna pull back. I'm not gonna hold back or anything. I'm going to make sure that this is taken seriously. Even though this video has been almost 7 months old, yeah, since February, March, April, May, June, July, August. 8 months old. It's 8 months old. And it's still very effective. Even for those who really do suffer from suicidal ideations. Like myself. And other people like me. So I'm going to be finished talking right now and let Drag say it out for you.
Oh. This video was made directed towards me, and let me move my fucking face so people can see the title, because they definitely haven't read it. In the title of this video, it's what is it? Drag. For my son's sake, please stop this. Sons being multiple. I wasn't aware of a few things. I wasn't aware that not only am I at fault for the misdeeds and the mishaps that happened in G-Man's life. No. I'm also responsible for the misdeeds and mishaps and misadventures of what goes on in Shanny and Rev's life too, up including their kids. So that's a new one for me, because I could have swore that I have sired all of one child, and that's it. And that's the only child that I'm ever responsible for, unless someone has tasked me with being in charge of someone else's child, that we have an agreement of some sort, and that's how that works. But evidently, no, I've been tasked with something else, and it's come to my attention that, oh, quick update. Let's see what this says. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, getting the spinnies. I always like quick updates, but man, oh man. We'll see. Anyway.
Fat Big Geeky doesn't have the original video. Her video on this subject matter was taken down because Shanny couldn't keep her mouth shut. So I'm reviewing Drag's video instead. Drag stream instead, because the reason why is because a tragedy almost happened in our family, in my family. I can't divulge any further information than that. But I'm looking over this, or revisiting this stream, because it's detrimental to what is going on in the world.
Hopefully this clears up by the time I get done talking. There's two people in the live chat here, Discord. Both of which have kids. Oh, here she is.
So we're picking up my youngest right now, and I'm gonna be going home with him. But Jason's gonna be spending a hospital with William because they put William on suicide watch. I don't want him to experience the things I've experienced. I tried my whole life trying to shield him from this shit.
God, somebody got hit in the middle of the road. There's a
he's on suicide watch right now, and we're picking up my youngest, and that's what's going on. And I'm gonna go home, and I'm
sack. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna relax your sack. Okay?
What if they keep him for a week?
They're not gonna keep him for a week, but they might come. 72 hours, I think they should. He can't be in our house. He could do it.
I know.
You understand, baby?
I know. Can you guys pray for me and my son and for my family?
Yeah, pray for our family, please.
I don't know whether or not William was suicidal or not, but Shanny has a tendency to over-exaggerate things or lie about things just so that people will feel sorry for her. That's why I don't take her this kind of video, because she's trying to find a villain to put the I don't see why it's his fault that William was suicidal, or assuming if he had suicidal ideations. This is why I am angry. This is why I curse Shanny out. I curse her name because she uses suicide baiting as an excuse, as a meat shield to deflect from criticism. And that's why I'm doing this stream. It's a very sad thing that no parent should ever outlive their child. No uncle should ever outlive his niece either.
This is probably Satanists praying to their God.
To put suicide thoughts in my baby.
Well, I got
You're
news.
probably right.
Yeah, well, I got news for the Satanists that the prayers of the saints are way more powerful than any prayers to Paul or Lucifer or any god. And that's a fact.
I agree, Science Geek.
Nullify.
I agree, Science Geek. It is all about her and not her kid.
Or otherwise.
I think me and Zach gonna do is we're just gonna hang in the bed and just
Play Animal Crossing.
This is crazy.
I agree.
sorry. I know this feeling way too well. My son started trying to kill himself at the age of 6. He will be 14 in April, and once in a while he still needs inpatient care.
Man, those tears cleared up real quick, didn't they?
Yeah, I can see.
Why is this
You see
live?
what the
Why is she
internet
doing
turned
this?
into?
To garner sympathy. She wants sympathy and pity,
What's wrong with her?
because this is what a responsible parent does.
I don't
Sympathy from anyone, because I'm not one.
sympathy just to make myself feel better. Not in the direction not in the way Shanny does it, because I'm not making it about myself this time. This is for someone close to me. And this is why I'm doing this, because someone and that's why I'm doing this. As a way to not negate any burden, but no, not do this to, but this is a way to spread a message. Take Shanny seriously. Sorry, I kind of tripped over my words. This is a serious frustration. Not just right now, everyone suffers from clinical depression, suffers from mental illness, suffers from emotional distress. There is hope out there. right now. I'm not using the headset right now. I'm using my mic, and yeah, it's kind of faulty. I'm gonna go and get my headset.
I thank them at the bottom of my heart. I convert. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that, scientist. I was using a different system. I'm gonna post a link to the suicide hotline. In the link. Okay, never mind. Yes, I was testing how we science. Exactly, science geek. But I was just
I don't care anymore. I don't care. They've already ruined my son.
no, they didn't. Question.
Who is they?
Who? Yeah, who the
Who?
fuck ruined her
Who is they?
son? I've never talked to her son. I don't
Anyone
think you
do
have.
this?
Pretty sure nobody here has. I mean, for fuck's sakes, like, who the fuck is she blaming for this shit?
Drag.
The people
Like,
responsible.
Are people approaching her kids at school about what fucking Mummy and Rev are doing online? Like, do they see this?
Hey, testing stuff is how we science. Exactly.
Is that what it is? When they're sitting there Googling fucking, what?
Sorry, it's just
What is it that mom does for 18 hours a day online, and then they see it? Like, how the fuck is that like anybody else's fault?
exactly. How is that anyone else's fault? This is important to discuss. She is harming her kid here in order to get sympathy. Exactly. Exactly. She is harming her kid. Emotionally harming her kid as a way to garner sympathy.
I mean, how do you think her son feels about his mother going on live trying to beg people to feel sorry for her? I don't understand why she feels the need to air out her dirty laundry. But then again, I think I already know the answer. She's trying to force people to pay attention to her. And it's sickening. That's why I'm doing this stream as a way to raise awareness about mental health. And it is not something you should use as an excuse to garner sympathy. Exactly. Instead of taking time, making him feel supported and cared for, she dropped him off like a dog going to the groomers. It goes to show you how self-absorbed Shanny really is. I mean, she wouldn't even visit her fucking son. Instead, sit there on her fat, lazy ass and play video games all day. She claims that she didn't want to go to the crisis treatment center because it'll trigger some form of PTSD. What PTSD? I honestly don't understand what made her this way. And I don't understand the attraction or what keeps us fascinated about her. I only understand what she says is bullshit. And I understand that people who are talking about her should not take her seriously. And I understand that she is a dangerous human being who is a danger to everyone, even her, including herself and her kids.
For fuck's sakes, these people are just like, I can't believe that they actually are trying to.
God, I miss that old live chat. I miss that old super chat jingle that DragDot had on his stream. I don't know why he got rid of that, but I thought that was funny. Because of D-Roy. I mean, the whole Rev thing was funny as hell.
Crazy how the GPS is saying English street names. Crazy.
Right.
Oh yeah, the whole English. You mean Shanny as a character? No. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Science Gink. If anyone were to believe that this is a troll, they would think it's a troll. But the thing is, Shanny is legitimate. She is like this. And it's sickening that she parades her mental illness and uses it. English street names in Japan. I know. I remember that. I remember when they always, I don't know who came up with that lie that they were in Tokyo, Japan or Colorado. I don't know who came up with that joke that they were in Japan. I think it was Rev. I'm pretty sure Rev made that up, but I digress.
Yeah. So this is so the folks, the voices that you're hearing right now. Me, Sock account is in Discord. I can't get discount. I can't get Discord to display. And Jealous Shots. All of us have kids, by the way. And someone pointed out, Tatted Jedi, crazy how GPS is saying English street names. Crazy. Exactly. It's really interesting because the other video
Oh yeah, the whole Colorado Japan thing. Yeah, that whole Colorado Japan spiel. Rev said it was because that was believable. Of course he would. Because he's an idiot. Well, of course he would say that they live in Japan. Because he's an idiot. And I'm pretty sure he's a weeaboo. Wouldn't fucking surprise me if he was. I mean, the guy is a fucking loser. And Shanny was the only woman he's been with. Aside from his body pillows. And I don't mean Shanny. I don't mean the life-size Snorlax one that he sleeps with every night. I'm talking about actual those weird-ass body pills that those weeaboos have. I'm pretty sure that's why he would say they were in Japan.
Video that I'm about to play, also saying English street names. Really weird. And it's 5 a.m. in Tokyo, by the way. 5 a.m.
Why?
So, yep.
Why
And
Tokyo? Of all the places in the world you would lie about, why Japan? Why don't you just say you live on the frickin' moon? Oh, wait, that's because Shanny doesn't believe the moon was real. These people are unpredictable. They're a piece of work. And they really piss me off.
someone's license plate. Yeah. Okay. So really strange stuff, but okay. It's not at all that she's doing this for attention. It's not at all that she's using her kids to garner sympathy because, well, she started shit on the internet, and now this is her only way of trying to deal with it, is hiding behind children, because that's what responsible adults do. If there's a problem with my child, if I start shit on the internet, folks, the best thing that I can do is get my children involved, because how many there's 120 y'all watching. How many of you in the chat?
If you want to lie about where you are, make it believable. Folks would have accepted Wyoming or something, and it still would not have been their home. Probably he had an expensive sex doll too. Yeah, that's probably the only woman Rev has been with before he met Shanny was a fucking sex doll. I was eating French fries. But either way, Jason was coddled. Jason, he came from some, I'm not saying backward lineage or something. I'm saying that Jason was pandered to his whole life when he was a kid. And he had no knowledge on life. He has no knowledge on life. He thinks he knows everything, but he tries to make himself sound important, but it only makes him sound even more stupid than he already is. Same thing with Shanny and G-Man. I really can't grasp their mindset to the point where I really can't feel sorry for these people. I really can't. I would feel sorry for the kids, yes, because they have to endure the hardship of having two mentally stinted toddlers as parents. And they expect the government to take care of them when they're bashing the government and the police. They expect everybody to take care of them.
have even seen my son? How many of y'all even knew I had a kid?
How many
This
of
is
you? How many of you knew I have relatives born in the 21st century? I have cousins who are now teenagers. And this is the kind of shit that
I'm talking about.
I'm talking about.
She's upset because she's a shit parent. And they're
Yes. I mean, most of my other cousins have shitty lives, but I mean, a majority of them have shitty lives. And a majority of relatives of mine live shitty lives. And this is the shit I'm talking about, because these people are just vile. I agree. I have tried to be empathetic, but these folks are trash. You're right. I can't be empathetic towards Shanny or Rev. I mean, I am mean to them, but I am not cruel. I can laugh at their misfortune, like I said in my Stop Shanny sequel. Actually, no, I said that in my first Stop Shanny video. The one that says Shanny for Christ is a liar, but you already knew that. You can check that out if you want. I mean, the audio was a bit off because, again, I was working with a crappy mic. Well, it's not crappy. It's the connection is crappy. But again, I believe I can curse Shanny out for neglect. I can curse Shanny for neglecting her kids, but I don't wish harm on her, and I don't wish harm on Rev. Again, I do believe, I have to emphasize this, I believe they deserve karmic justice, especially Shanny, because we all know that she is arrogant, and we all know that she is a narcissistic person who is an extreme, and she is an extreme egotist.
There are other parents who may not be the best parents in the world, but know enough to not get their children involved in this. Now, if y'all...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have cousins younger than me. And I have a niece and a nephew. And I mean, as much as I would say they do, there have been some moments where they're not, the family dynamic isn't as conventional as it should be, but they're not as, but most of my relatives are not as bad as Shanny and Rev.
I wonder what precipitated all this. There are folks who are watching. Not me, but there are folks who record the shit that she does and Rev, and they send it to CPS in Colorado. I know one of them. I know exactly one of the people doing it.
Exactly.
So the fact that this...
And keep in mind that CPS, it wasn't the first time Shanny's had CPS called on her. I mean, when she was married to Douglas, exactly, the collateral damage should be minimalized for the kids' sakes, for the boys' sakes. I mean, yeah, like I said, in one of the Geek Room stream, Devil's Lettuce stream, or one of the previous streams from the Geek Room, Shanny and Reb are gonna have a dose of should have a dose of reality come January of next year, because that's when their next court date takes place.
This isn't the only time that this has happened.
I
This
agree.
isn't the only time that CPS have been called on her for her doing crazy shit, like smoking weed around the kids. That have been called on her for that, and for other stuff that she's done. So,
and also, yeah,
this is a habit of hers of trying to garner sympathy and getting her kids involved. As a matter of fact, if you go on the Fundy Archive channel, she actually brings one of the kids on so they can yell at the evil trolls on the internet. The kids aren't kids. The kids are meat shields for her. That's what.
And I'm going to do a video on one of the Fundy Archives clips. You know what I mean? I'm going to do a stream where I review the Fundy Archives clips where Shanny was from when Shanny was still living with her folks, with her parents, after she got divorced from Chris, her ex-husband. And I might do a video on Chris too. The video response to Shanny.
What's disgusting about this? But Jello, you said you had a lot to say, my man. 'Cause I'm about to go piss in a second. Go ahead. Jello, are you there?
Oh, yeah. How about now? Testing?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah. The using your kids in videos as props is really gross.
I agree.
I can't speak enough of how sick I am of watching Shanny watch herself cry in her viewfinder and then shut it off as soon as she has something else to talk about. Good friend of mine, I don't know if this person wants themselves named, so I won't call them out directly, but this person likes to point out how you can get her to turn her tears on and off if you just wait till she's crying about anything and then ask her about her makeup. She just lights up and starts telling you about what colors she's wearing, and the tears go away. And then as soon as she starts thinking about drag again, there come the tears. It's pathetic and sad.
And I know on that.
Kids in the car while she's saying this kind of stuff.
And speaking of that, when Shanny was doing her rant on Cecil McFly's documentary on her, the part where she was talking about the kids, her son in the car, she lied. Shanny lied and said that her son wasn't in the car. And Rev was just calling Cecil McFly a bitch. It goes to show that even though the documentary that was made on her that came out almost 6 months ago still has an effect on her. It goes to show you that she can't let go of the past. What does that say about her? What does that say? She refuses. And there's something I've learned when I did. I like I said, I watched a video on Lucas Werner, the incel from Spokane, Washington, the homeless incel from Spokane, Washington, the one who preys on 16-year-old girls. The narrator said in the Lucas Werner comprehensive history, is something that I could use to define Shanny is that it's not that Shanny doesn't have a sense of self-awareness. It's the fact that she refuses self-awareness. She refuses to be self-aware because she wants to create this fantasy of hers where she's always right and has done nothing wrong. It's a way for her to alleviate her from from the burdens, from any burden. It's a means of comfort for her. And when that illusion is shattered, or when anyone tries to interrupt or intrude on her realm, on her own fictional realm, that's when she becomes defensive.
I could imagine maybe bringing up my child to someone if I really thought there was something that saying something else about my child could do.
She feeds off attention, positive or negative. Like a meal, she always needs another one.
Freedom.
Obviously has nothing to do with the fact that mommy and daddy are making naughty videos
Exactly.
that other kids might see. It's because of drag, obviously.
Yeah. The reason why I chose to use drag stream, a recording of drag stream from February was because I can't find the original videos from That Big Geeky. I couldn't find that one because she took it down because Shanny couldn't keep her mouth shut. And I don't think there's a re-upload of it anywhere.
I'm really glad to see Shanny accept some personal responsibility. Oh, wait, no, she's not doing that. Never mind.
Drag's mic cut out. Help her get out. Yeah, Drag's. Yeah, Drag. That's not me. That's Drag's on Drag's end. Yeah.
Oh shit! Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, that's
Let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm muted myself. So,
I hope you didn't miss that. Holy shit!
Yeah, shit, that was good, man. God damn. So so let me just repeat.
Yeah, just be glad that Drag had his shit muted because I don't think anyone would want to hear what he has to say because that's just him expressing the rage. I have rage. Internal rage that I'm pretty sure anyone who has seen me go off on Shanny or G-Man would know that my rage is justified. I mean, yes, I have made streams where I've lost my shit to the point where I was shouting at my screen. And yes, I yell a lot. And yes, I do lose my temper. But at least I know my rage can be justified by any circumstance. Because with this shit going on, you know that Shanny does bring out the worst in people. She brings out the worst in me in a way that I can use my rage I can direct my rage towards her and towards people of her ilk. And that's what we should always feel when dealing with her, is utter rage. Because she feeds on rage. It's like an addiction for her to get people, to get a rise out of people by saying stupid shit just for attention, just so that people will get angry at her. I mean, she's successful at pissing people off. But I have to ask, when all is said and done and all this shit and her 15 minutes of fame is up, I'm going to say this with the utmost sense and sincerity. Was it all worth it? I mean, saying that when the boys, William and Zachary, leave on their own accord, or when Rev starts to realize that he's being taken advantage of and up and leaves, when both the boys and Rev leave Shanny, and like someday Shanny's gonna wind up, you know what? Shanny is gonna wind up all alone someday, and she's gonna have nobody to blame but herself. And when that happens, I am going to say this with an utmost sincerity. Was it all worth it?
Pete, I don't know why it muted it like that, but it's crazy that you can trigger her emotional states. Huh? What was the other topic?
Drag is not muted. His little green circle is blinking.
Okay, well, no, it's not muted. It's so what happens, there's a separate control for me muting myself to the stream, and for y'all, I'm not muted. But for the stream, there's a button I can press to stop myself, and I think I accidentally hit that button. So,
yeah.
So there's a person that, there's a person that me, Jello, and a whole lot of other people know who can go in Shanny's stream, and done this for a while, and can stop the crocodile tears. There's a few topics.
Okay, now you're going to confuse yourself because you're listening to me talk to you 5 minutes ago.
Oh God, why am I so loud in your ear?
Oh God,
I'm so confused.
Turn me down. Turn me down. There's a few. One, I think hair is one topic, but makeup's definitely one. If she's doing the crocodile tears and the poopy face and shit like this, mention hair, makeup, bullshit like that. Bullshit, folks. Bullshit.
That's what
Something
all this
more
is.
important than her children, and she'll stop the crocodile tears because obviously, that takes more precedence over.
That's all her life is bullshit.
Children.
I heard a really great one the other day. Someone said, "Your eyes are so pretty. What colors are you wearing?"
Gee, just sadness. That's the color.
That's the color. That is wrong.
Defending my children. That's the color I'm wearing.
This is bull.
So mean.
Everything Shanny says is bullshit. Anyways,
but keep on playing the video because it gets really good. It gets even better.
I didn't want him to go through the same things I did.
I know.
Yeah, but once that fails, yes, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's unlikely she's going to end up alone blaming herself. But the blaming herself part, maybe that's not going to happen. But the part where she's going to be all alone, yeah, that's going to happen. Once the boys reach a certain age and decide to fend for themselves. And maybe unless like Rev decides he's had enough, because at this point, there are instances where Rev really really is started to show that he is gonna have enough of Shanny mentally and emotionally abusing him, because that's what she's doing. She's emotionally abusing him, using him as some sort of meat shield to, like, I don't know, make herself feel better, manipulating him, taking advantage of someone in a weak position. And once Rev realizes that he's being used and that Shanny, but once he starts to, like, I know that this is just wishful thinking, but I know this is wishful thinking, but once Rev gets a brain, yeah, same thing. Once the boys leave, Rev will leave too, and then Shanny will be all alone, and she'll blame everybody for her loneliness again. And once that fails, for her, then I'll ask the question, was it worth it? The reason why you've lost, and that when Shanny has nothing left to lose and nothing to gain, when Shanny has nothing left to lose, then I will say my piece and say this with an utmost sense of sincerity. The reason why you've lost is simple. You really, really, you had to go and piss us off. Shanny, you went and pissed me off. Was it all worth it? I mean, it's highly unlikely that Shanny will respond, because she doesn't like to hear, she doesn't want people to criticize her. She just wants people to kiss her ass. So just so that she can so she can feel better about herself. She's trying to transform people into exactly. That'll be the day she'll live stream it, because she doesn't know who I am. And that's the good thing. She doesn't know who I am, so I'm safe. Even though she showed a screenshot of the stream one of Drag's, the anti-Shanny stream, the one I joined at the last minute, my thumbnail, my profile picture, my profile was in that stream. But she didn't talk about me. Thank God. But she will find a new target to blame for her issues. But I highly doubt she'll let me in her stream, because I follow the Geek Room and Dragnot and people who talk about her. Hell, she's blocked me on Twitter. So it's highly unlikely I'll ever be able to get into the stream, because Shanny has this way of thinking where, like, if you're not with me, then you're against me. Shanny is convinced that the world is out to get her.
My mom used to lie to doctors and say that I wasn't suicidal.
Oh.
She didn't want a daughter that was known to be crazy.
I call bullshit on that. I mean, I don't know if Betty said that verbatim, that she didn't want a daughter who was insane. No, she just doesn't want to put up with Shanny's idiotic behavior any longer because she knows that Shanny is violent. And that there's a reason why Shanny's family disowned her. It's because of her violent outbursts and vile lifestyle. I've said this before. On numerous occasions, I've said that before. I always have to bring that up repeatedly.
Cool.
I need hope. I need hope. I need love.
I need hope.
I need prayers.
Yeah, I should talk to Pat.
I need hope. I need love. I need prayers. Did you catch that? I mean, back when Fabfit Geeky did the video on her, before it got taken down, she caught that. This line right here. Oh, sorry.
I need hope. I need hope. I need love.
Yeah,
I need prayers.
Yeah.
Did you hear? Did you get that? She said, I need hope. I need love. I need prayers. She didn't say, my son needs hope. My son needs love. My son needs prayers. She said, I need hope, not William, her son. Do you see why I cannot take her seriously? Because once shit happens in her life that she should have taken control of, like her son's mental well-being, instead of getting him help, being supportive for him, she just used that as an excuse to garner sympathy for herself, not her son. And it's disgusting. The way she does it is disgusting. Immediately as she continues doing this stream, she then makes it all about herself and how bad everybody has and how bad everyone has mistreated her. It's sickening. And that's why I don't feel any sense of sympathy for her of any kind because of this delusion.
Yeah, I should talk to Pastor Patrick and get some prayer because he's a
Yeah.
he's
Oh,
a
this is the
prayer
new one.
warrior,
This
and
is
he
the,
said he's
the
willing
car
to meet me
video.
in person.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
North Carolina.
You guys stay strong. You know you are doing right by him. Always remember this isn't your fault, and you three will get through this.
God, whoever that is.
Thank you, April. Her name.
It's not gonna be. I'm not gonna hear that shit because it's just drivel. She's just talking about shit that no one cares about. I would bet money Shanny is twisting an incident where Betty did tell Shanny to quit playing for attention. So Betty probably did say that Shanny wasn't actually suicidal because she wasn't. Exactly. I agree with you.
With mental health issues in your
Sorry, I didn't want to hear her talk about the name April O'Neil because it pisses. Well, kind of.
This is before the one we just
to
watched.
get my son a mental.
Because she's just rambling on about character names from fiction, and it's possibly a troll account. So I am not gonna play the rest of that
for what's going on. And it's just towards her and like all the people that disagree with what she's doing. Like it's all their fault.
They always get the audio.
But the video that the first video that she did towards Drake, she wants Drake to come out and make a statement. She wants Drake to get out there and stop this behavior. The trolling towards her and all the people that disagree with what she's doing. Like it's all their fault.
Exactly what I say. Exactly what I've been saying. She wants the people to be held accountable for the misfortune. She wants everybody to be held accountable for the misfortune in her life that she is responsible for. Like I said, I've been trying to say this. First of all, Shanny, that she refuses self-awareness. It's not that she's not self-aware, it's she refuses to be self-aware. Again, anyone who breaks the illusion that she is this all-knowing, all-loving being is labeled a troll. Again, it's the if you're not, it's the argument that goes, it's the if you're not with me, then you're against me argument. Like I said, Shanny is an egotist.
It's their fucking fault for what's going on. And it's just like, bitch, no, it's not. Like the people criticize you online, okay? Like Drake criticizes you online. Like there might be other people out there that are doing some shit, people that are worried about your fucking kids and stuff.
I'm worried about her kids. I mean, we haven't seen her kids in her recent videos. They're probably out with friends or playing off screen, but she doesn't usually talk about them that much. She talks about how drag was mistreating her, driving her to suicide. It's just, to me, it's just fucking bullshit. The way she tries to demean and demonize drag is infuriating.
Like watching Rev drive, fucking clearly fucking intoxicated or stoned out of his fucking face to pick up the kids in there and putting that video online. Like, she wasn't too worried about her kids that fucking day.
So he was drunk when he was driving that day?
I mean, watch that fucking video. That is not a normal fucking person. That person is not in a normal state of mind.
Neither of them are in a normal state of mind. They're not fucking normal. And they're not even fucking rational. They're disgusting human beings. Hell, I wouldn't even call them human. I'd call them scum human. Pond scum. Pond scum.
That fucking video, Like, so you watch that fucking video, no concern for her fucking kids at all, with the fact that she'll send Rev out to go fucking fetch them, you know. But like now all of a sudden it's
Drag, why is this supposed to be your fucking fault, bro?
I would love to give you an answer for that. I would love.
She streams for almost the entire time she is awake. No interaction, no connection, no time with all the kids. Exactly. That's all she does is just spend every waking moment of her day just streaming nonstop. And let's not forget the whole filming in progress thing. Human beings. No, I'm not going to pander to her idiotic dialogue because the bitch is socially inept. And she is illiterate. I'm going to use beings, ing. Because that's what people do. Let's continue.
Love to give you an answer. There's a weird habit where there are strange people online and you point out obvious shit that's wrong with them, and for some strange ass reason, the fact that you point out what's wrong with them makes what's wrong with them your fault. I'm not sure exactly what mechanism allows them to do that.
I've seen this before in other people before Shanny. There are people who've blamed everybody but themselves for all their own problems. I've seen this before. This is what a lolcow does. They see the videos made on them and they blame everybody but themselves for the mistakes they've made. And they use mental illness or mental disability as an excuse to alleviate them from the burden of being a shitty person. How dare Shanny butcher words? It's, bitch, go back to high school. Get your GED. Get a fucking brain transplant. Get fucking liposuction. Anything. Fix yourself. And maybe, just maybe, I would consider you a functioning member of society. But until then, this is the norm. And I will not stop until my last breath to call people like you out and raise awareness so that others will not follow the example that you are setting. And that's what I would say to Shanny. I might consider myself as an advocate for mental health in a sense that, yes, I have mental health issues myself. I have anxiety problems. I have clinical depression, but I don't use that as an excuse for my actions. I learned to deal. I deal with it in the most ordained way possible through therapy and treatment.
But this is like the third person who's now done this, along with G-Man and some other Yahoo. But yes.
I was just about to say G-Man definitely. I mean, he puts every atheist is in
And this is before Shanny and G-Man made up. This is before Shanny turned G-Man into his into her this is before Shanny decided to make amends with G-Man and use him as her messenger.
The same category. We're all shit, but G-Man is definitely one that blames you for his life. Something about him getting put out or his job getting somebody supposed
Oh
to
yeah,
his
I
job.
remember that stream where Drag and G-Man got into an argument and fucking Drag called G-Man's work. And Drag even got his cousin, who was a cop, to talk to G-Man. And G-Man wouldn't listen to him. It goes to show that G-Man has no self. Exactly. Functioning is a little ambitious. I know. That's what I think. It is a little ambitious because there's no way she is functioning physically or mentally. And same thing with G-Man. He is not functioning mentally.
Got him fired or some shit like that. I mean, come on, bro. Some people just don't know how to take personal responsibility for the bullshit that they do, and he wonders why certain people won't debate him is because you're a fucking asshole. That's why nobody wants to.
G-Man is the king of all assholes. The people that are usually in G-Man's social group, social circle, or whatever it's called, his inner circle, are just a bunch of enablers and people who just like to stroke his ego. Like that Sister Cherry and Veckel. And, well, yeah, those two, Sister Cherry and Veckel, are the ones who stroke G-Man's ego. And Shanny force feeds him lines to say what she says. Because back before Shanny and G-Man patched things up, G-Man was going on a warpath against the atheist community and the Black Hebrew Israelites. And of course, he does have to bring up Shanny every once in a while, but the whole docket thing, it's fucking retarded. That whole docket bullshit is just taking things to an extreme. I mean, honestly, I don't take Gary seriously at this time because actually I've never taken G-Man seriously because he's insane. He's an egotist who shouldn't be dwelled upon.
Nobody takes you seriously. You know what I'm saying? But this broad here, I watched some of those videos, man, and they're just like fucking disgusting. I couldn't believe it when
G-Man, the G hamster that runs on his G wheel in his G brain is gone. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He is. Wait, G-Man's gone? G-Man is gone, I think. That could be a victory or a defeat. But either way, it wouldn't surprise me if that is just a plan to go on a warpath once more. You'll probably, I think he never left. He never left YouTube. I mean, I don't think he has. But G-Man wants the attention so fucking bad.
When you told me there was actually a sex video out of this broad that dude.
The baby carrot video?
And they're shooting these videos fucking at home when their kids are there. I mean, they can walk the door and whatever. I mean, that's
filming in
progress.
progress.
You know what? Like, there's a lot of parents out there that are sex workers and shit. Like that happens.
Sex workers having an OnlyFans account doesn't contribute to sex work. I mean, I've seen Twitch girl. I've seen e-girls opening OnlyFans accounts. Some of them are former Twitch streamers who, well, some of them are Twitch streamers. Others are TikTokers, other YouTubers and ASMR artists. But I don't consider them as sex workers. Yeah, maybe OnlyFans is a new way to make money by shilling out your body, but it's not considered sex work. The only way if you're a sex worker is if you're a prostitute standing on the street on the corner of the red light district. That's considered a sex. To me, that's a sex worker. Is like a prostitute or an escort. Or even a sugar baby.
Okay. And it's not
no, it's just a joke about his brain being non-functioning. Exactly. His brain is non-functioning because his brain is non-functioning because actually, no. He doesn't have G-Man doesn't have a brain. I mean, if you take an X-ray of G-Man, it's going to have like a sign that says space for rent in his skull. In that thick skull of his. It's going to have a sign that says space for rent in his head. If you like check into his ear canal, you're going to see a sign that says space for rent. I guess you could say the same thing about Rev. Oh, wait, no. Rev has wet brain. But all that, the years of alcoholism probably contributed to Rev. Yeah, maybe. But then again, Shanny was just in it for the money because she thought that marrying Rev or using Rev would garner some sort of meal ticket. Then that's what Rev is. He's just a meal ticket to her. Like I said, sugar baby. I did say sugar baby is considered a sex worker in a sense. And I could say, in a sense, Rev is her sugar daddy. Well, was her sugar daddy until he ran out of sugar to give. Until he runs out of sugar to give. I'm considering Rev a sugar daddy for the time being.
Like her kids aren't like, tiny anymore. Like I got I got two kids that are just toddlers, and
my cousins and my nieces and nephews, they're not little anymore. My nephew is an adult. I have a nephew who's 20. He is basically 21. He's an adult. I have another cousin. I have a cousin who's 20. I have another one that's 17 years old. My niece is 16. I have a cousin from my uncle's side who's going to be 13 next week. Next Sunday. And one that's already 10. And another one that's already 11. They're not little anymore.
And I can have these conversations with them, running around playing in the background. They have no idea what I'm
Black
saying.
people do coke.
They have no idea what's going on in some of these discussions. But her oldest there, what did she say? That the kid's 13 years old. 13. This kid knows what's going on. He knows what his mom is doing online. I'm sure that he's probably gone on YouTube and checked this shit out. And goes to mom's YouTube channel, watches that stuff, listens to mom talk about her fucking fans only or OnlyFans page or whatever the hell that is. Hey, what the hell is that? And then all of a sudden, your 13-year-old, you think your 13-year-old isn't online? Fucking
and 13 is basically a very, very, very awkward age, especially when you're developing, when your hormones are going haywire. Trust me, I was 13 once, and I was feeling all these other strange feelings aside from hormone imbalances. That was when that was when my depression took place, was when I was 13 years old. And trust me, it was hell for me. It manifested and got worse over time. And 13 is a very scary age. Because we all know 13-year-olds are very impressionable. I was a 13-year-old who was very impressionable. Hell, I thought I could be the Punisher, like Von Helton. I thought I could be the Punisher at age 13. Von Helton thinks he's the Punisher. Thought he was the Punisher too. Why do you think he had that retarded intro, the one where he has that toy gun or something? I don't know if it's a toy gun or an actual gun that's not loaded, but he always started his intros with him saying, "Evil will be punished."
Possibly finding the shit that you're putting out there.
Talk.
That's not anybody's fucking fault except for yours. If you're trying to make yourself some type of fucking internet personality, okay, and you're out there and you're putting your life online, and you need to take into consideration the fact that your kids have access to this shit as well. That they're going to see this stuff eventually. They're going to find it, okay, or their friends, yeah. And it's not anybody's fault. It's not Dreg's fault or everybody else's. If you're putting out shit out there, your kids find it, and all of a sudden they're they feel a way about it. It's not anybody's fault except for your own. They should be spending time with their kids, having that discussion, letting them know, hey, this is the stuff that we're doing. Because if you don't, if they're just doing a bunch of shit online with no consideration for the exposure that this also brings onto their family, then that's on them. The people that call CPS, the people that have called CPS have called CPS because of shit that they've put online, in video. That's not nobody else doing that stuff. People see that shit and they're like, nah, that ain't kosher. That's not good. It's not good right there. And they report that, but they report that based off of what they see Shanny doing in her videos.
How many shoe
That's
horns
it.
does it take to get a hippo into a car?
I call her.
Jeremy Pace in a super chat said, "How many shoehorn does it take to get a hippo in a car?" 7. I missed
Damn.
one.
Damn.
I'm sorry. Wilson said, "Give it time. She'll claim you drove her son insane." Yeah, I'm sure she'll pull Von. She's already gone Von.
Well, yeah, she has already gone Von Helton at this point. I mean, Von Helton is insane. He's not mentally up there. Von Helton and Shanny have a lot in common when it comes to the persecution complex. They like to blame everybody but themselves for all their own problems. I mean, Von Helton blamed his kids being removed on the trolls.
Helton. She's already gone Von Helton. Like, it's already there. So I'm gonna play this this video here directed. I've yet to watch this. People have told me, and Sokka referenced it, and a few other people referenced it, but I hear this one's extra special disgusting.
Oh, I think I've seen that video. And I was angry. I nearly hulked out. At the last minute when I saw this video. I think I kind of blacked out and something else took over.
So I can't wait to hear it. Let me actually turn it up, make sure y'all can hear it.
Right now, I am driving.
Bullshit.
This is before the one we just
to
watched.
get my son a mental evaluation because he wants to kill himself because of everything that's been going on and all the CPS you try to put in our life.
In the car right
Children
now.
shouldn't have to fear about losing their parents all the time. And now he's going for a mental evaluation. And I'm making this video to ask Drag, please stop for my son's sake.
Stop what?
For what?
Oh,
Everyone,
get the fuck out of
please.
here, dude.
Please stop.
Stop what?
I'll advise. Stop what? Stop. What did Drag do that would warrant her son to harm himself? What did he do? Did he tell him to go off himself? Did he tell him that his parents are a piece of shit and he shouldn't be living with them anymore? He shouldn't be living anymore? No. He just criticized what Shanny does and is pointing out all the bullshit and lies that Shanny says on the internet. That's all he's ever done.
Okay, I don't want my
Please
son
stop
to kill
making
himself.
videos
because you-
exposing the horrible shit I do. Please
Right.
stop talking about my bad parenting and bringing it to light. Please, please, please. I need prayers. Don't pay attention to what you see me do. Just put your head down and close your eyes and pray for me.
That's some bull-
I'm trying to figure out. So it's really strange. It's really strange that of all the videos that I've made about G-Man over the years, all the stuff, all the threats and stuff like that towards my son, you know what? He knows nothing about it. Nothing. He doesn't know about G-Man. He's heard the name. He has no idea who that is. You want to know why, Shanny? Because about it. G-Man over the years.
Need prayers. Don't pay attention to what you see me do. Just put your head down and close your eyes and pray for me.
That's some bull-
I'm trying to figure out. So it's really strange. It's really strange that of all the videos that I've made about G-Man over the years, all the stuff, all the threats and stuff like that towards my son, you know what? He knows nothing about it. Nothing. He doesn't know about G-Man. He's heard the name.
Drag is talking about how G-Man tried to threaten his son. But Drag's son didn't know anything about G-Man. He only heard the name.
He has no idea who that is. You want to know why, Shanny? Because I'm a fucking parent, and I keep my kids out of that. It's crazy to me. You purposely put your children in harm's way because you're weird ass narcissists, and they're meat
Drag,
shields.
that's not. I mean, like, not to interrupt you, but like, she's not putting. It's actually worse than that, right? If your child is a risk for suicide or whatever she's, because let's be honest, we don't know if what she's saying is true at all, right? She has been claiming that she lives in fucking Tokyo, even though it's a transparent lie. So we have no clue where the transparent lies end. But if you have kids with mental health issues, and you are spending all of your time trying to get attention online and trying to, become a porn star, you have to grapple with that responsibility. It's not only that, like, people aren't going after her kids. No one's going after her kids. It's that she is neglecting her kids. And that's a huge difference. That's a giant difference.
I agree.
That's what I was about to ask. Was anyone going after her kids in particular? Like, has anyone done that?
No. No one has.
Yeah, right.
It depends on what you call going after her kids, because in my opinion, Shanny sees people calling CPS on her and Rev going after her kids. So if you want to be charitable to her and just for a second try to see things on her side, then yes, people are coming after her kids, I guess. But you got to really be willing to brush all of your parental responsibility off to the side, forget about all the videos you make, and just throw it all on drag in order to do that. That's what you got to do.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's also assuming that there's actually people on the internet who are calling CPS. That might or may not be the case. I don't know anyone who's done that. Although there are ample reasons that we're aware of through Shanny's videos as to why CPS might be looking at their situation. So I have a memory a couple of days ago, she had a video, similar tone, right? All sobby, I'm trying to be a good mom, but all this bad stuff's happening. You internet people are really, really bad. And there was a video where she was describing that she felt like she was expressing a tendency towards self-harm. And in that video, if I remember correctly, and I want someone to, if I make a mistake here, correct me. I don't want to put this on air if I've got her story wrong. But from her own video, she said that she called she says, I even called CPS to tell them about these feelings I was having and wanting to harm myself. And I don't want to harm myself.
Wow. Yeah.
Hold on a second. You called
did say that.
CPS?
Wow.
She did. Okay. Now I
don't remember her saying that. That's fucked.
Yeah.
I want to know where that video is.
If I called CPS and told them,
I'm pretty sure she probably deleted it. I'm pretty sure someone archived it. But if anyone has archived that video where she contemplated suicide, if anyone has that video where Shanny contemplated suicide, please send me the link, because I want to see that for myself so that I could get really mad at Shanny for being a narcissistic bitch who uses suicide as a crutch to garner sympathy, because that is fucking disgusting. And that is very insulting for actual people who have suicidal ideations, like myself. You probably don't know this, but there have been 2 times where I've contemplated suicide. And it landed me in the hospital twice. Twice in the same year. And it only got worse when 2 years after that, I was going through withdrawals after while trying to get my insurance to cover my medication for my controlled substance, because I've been taking a controlled substance to alleviate myself and to concentrate while I was in school. And it's also been used as a way to maintain a sense of calm and relief. And it helps me concentrate more. I've also been prescribed antidepressants, which I've been taking every day. Every day when I wake up, I take one antidepressant and I take one sleep aid before I go to bed. And in November 2017, I went through withdrawals after my new insurance couldn't take my medication, my Adderall, accept my Adderall medication until I saw a doctor to continue receiving the prescription. I fell into a deep depression to the point where I contemplated suicide. And that was a symptom of withdrawals, is suicidal ideations. And that was hell on me. And the fact that this bitch is using suicide as a mechanism to get people to pity her, to feel sorry for her, is more vile than what I had to go through. I have clinical depression, and trust me, that shit isn't great. I still struggle with anxiety. I still struggle with thoughts of suicide, thoughts of hopelessness. And you think for 1 minute I am going to let this bint go on and on about how life is shitty to her, how people have been mistreating her. You think for 1 second that I was gonna let that fly? No. I am going to rip Shanny a new asshole. And I will not stop until she is removed from the internet and removed and placed into a psych ward for the rest of her natural life. Because she is not fit to be a parent. She is not even fit to be a wife. She is too insane to function at all. She's even too insane to be on the internet in the first place.
I was thinking of self-harm. A van shows up at my house.
Yeah.
Now, that would happen even if there wasn't already a video out on YouTube of my partner driving smashed again, or we don't know what product he was on. I'm sure he'll deny that it was booze, but whatever it was, driving blotto smashed and getting to the school and then having a good wretch fest beside his truck and then going, oh, good. Hey, Zachary, come on, buddy. And then driving the kid from the school. So even if I didn't make a video like that video that Rev made of being just blasted and driving the kid home from school.
I think Rev was on PCP. I think Rev was on PCP when he made that video, which I'm pretty sure it's PCP because he looks he was out of it. Like that's something who takes like LSD or other mind-numbing hallucinogen would act like.
That phone call alone is enough to have the van show up at your house.
You are
So I don't even know if other people are calling. CPS has their own reasons for looking at that situation.
So from what I've been told, and from the people, one of the folks, because from what I understand, there's several different people who are actually invested in the kids' safety. That some of the stuff like that, like Shanny talking about her committing suicide, some of them evidently there's the allegation that they're still smoking weed around the kids, which was an issue
still are.
about a year ago. Certain things like that are very disconcerting.
Well, I wouldn't say they were. They're. You've seen Shanny's videos. You've seen the ones where she's like doped out of her gourd. You see the ones where she's like talking about how she's going through health issues. There have been videos where she's either drunk or doped out of her own gourd. And you wonder why CPS has been called on you. It's because you put that shit out there for everyone else to see.
Rev driving under the influence, I've been told, was directly sent to CPS. So I have it on good authority that does happen. But these are things that are disconcerting. It's not just people are randomly making up claims. What's happening is people are sending their videos to CPS. It's not allegations. There's not emails and people are just claiming things. People are sending their videos to CPS, and then CPS shows up. Jeremy Pace, my bad. GPS saying street names, way to stay anonymous. Yes, and that's something someone pointed out before we went live, is that all the street names are in English. They're in Japan, by the way, folks.
Hey, Drag, what are they going to court for, bro? What
are
they going to court?
Which one? Which one? They're both going to court.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope.
What are they going to court for?
So one is going for domestic violence. And the other had the brilliant fucking idea to get in a hit and run in a school zone, the school parking lot, and take the fuck off.
That's your fault, Drag.
No, hold on.
Who's that?
Life of Free Spirit subscribe to Drag in this stream, which is so kick ass. And I'm gonna see if I can get like a jingle for when a person subscribes to my channel.
Hold on just a second. Life of a Free Spirit. What's going on?
Wow.
Shanny hates Life of a Free Spirit. Shanny called Life of a Free Spirit the N-word, in case you're wondering.
So
it was in the live chat.
Yeah, no, that was a live chat thing. So I almost forgot the assault. Isn't there an assault associated with that?
Yeah, because Rev got into a dispute with the cops, which led him to having a police record as a result. And that was when he was I think he was on PCP. I don't know. But Rev was doped out of his gourd when he went to pick up Zachary from school. And let's not forget Shanny's domestic abuse charge. The one where she got arrested for attacking Jason, Brev. The one that Drag refers to it as a liquid ass whooping. But personally, I prefer the term the Baja Blast. I prefer calling it the Baja Blast beatdown, because that's what that whole argument started because Rev just wanted to go get his keys to go to Taco Bell so he can go get a Baja Blast. The Baja Blast beatdown.
Assault by Rev. Thank you.
Yeah. First, I want to be really clear. What I was saying that I don't know that anyone's called. I don't mean to say that I'm pretty sure nobody's called. Because I think you're right, Greg. I think there are people on the internet who are calling CPS. And as you say, they're not telling CPS, oh, I saw Shanny, like, feed bleach to the kids, right? Nobody's calling and making, to my knowledge, nobody's calling and making up stories. They're giving their own videos.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Von Helton thing, where they had that doctor in the community that expressed concern about the children's health. And then there's people on the internet who treat Von Helton like shit. And of course, all he remembers is people on the internet, oh, you guys are all calling CPS. Well, eventually he decided that Dr. Del Mundo was actually one of the internet trolls. She was the physician in his community that he was taking the kids to. And this is very reminiscent. So yes, okay, fine. Sure, some people from the internet are doing it, but I'm saying CPS has their own reasons. And I do know people send, like there's somebody sent email to the cops or whatever that was about and used my name. That was fucking awesome, whoever that was. Thank you very much. But anyway, sorry, the Rev was only getting a ticket for the hit and run.
Exactly. Exactly. Rev only got a ticket for a hit and run charge. And he took it as an attack. Who keeps jumping in and out of the chat? I mean, I had 2 viewers. One just keeps going off. Who keeps doing that?
Ticket for being the registered owner of a vehicle that was involved in a hit and run incident, because it couldn't prove he was driving. They certainly couldn't prove he was intoxicated. What the charge is for is for telling the police officer, like, fuck you, or leave my wife alone, or whatever it was, and then he took a swipe at the cop.
Well, that's enough.
That's
right
what the
there.
charge is.
Because that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, that was the smart thing to do on Rev's behalf, is to take a swipe at the cops, because your drug-induced mind couldn't comprehend what the fuck was going on, and you're acting fucking paranoid because you're on whatever mind-numbing substance you've been smoking while picking up your significant other's child from school while intoxicated or under the influence of PCP or LSD or whatever the fuck drug Rev was smoking at the time. Which fucked his... But then again, all the years of alcoholism contributed to him being a wet brain, because all that alcohol killed a majority of his brain cells. So at the point, he is basically considered mentally retarded as a result. Artfully Corgi.
Real quick.
So the reason he took a swipe at the cop was because
Artfully Corgi, you're forgiven. Artfully, you're forgiven. I forgive you, Corgi. I forgive you about that. I forgive you, Corgi. Hey, you're going by Artfully Corgi. What happened to Doubtfully Corgi? I forgive you, Corgi. But again, what would constitute Jason, Rev, to decide that it was a good idea to take a swipe at the cop who was just giving him a ticket for driving under the influence, and for a hit and run charge? First of all, why the fuck would you start smoking marijuana while you're driving to the school to pick up your girlfriend's son and make a video about it? And you're going to deny that wasn't you, when in actuality, and you tried to say it wasn't you because you deleted it, but people were smart enough to archive that shit. So you have no room to stand on. You have no room to talk. You have no room to deny that was you, or that wasn't you. Because it was. Because there's a thing that says whatever that goes, whatever happens on the internet has every right to stay up. I thought I wanted to have a new content. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I thought I wanted to have that's good for you. That's good on you, Corgi. I mean, that's a good move. That's you do you, boo. You do you, boo.
She was in the car when he got pulled over. The cop ran their IDs or whatever and realized that they had a restraining order from the domestic thing, and that she wasn't supposed to be there. So they went to go.
That happened at the house.
That happened at the house.
Apartment. No, they happened at the apartment. They went to go, They went to go issue the ticket to Rev because they tracked him down, and they went, "Oh, who's that over there? Oh, that's my marine animal. My bad. Her name is Shanny." And so they went back, ran the name. Oh, there's a protected persons with somebody who just committed domestic violence. We can't have that. So they went to go pull the animal out of the fucking home, and then he fought him off. "You're not taking my pet." No. So that's where the assault came from.
Oh yeah. So after Shanny got arrested for the domestic violence assault, the cops, I think these were different cops that came to the house because they tracked the vehicle license plate number down, which led them to the address of their residence, resulting in them taking in Shanny for, again, the domestic abuse charge. And Rev thought it was a good idea to fight him off. Again. And you wonder why they have a disdain for the law. It's because of their stupid. It's because they're fucking stupid. They do this themselves.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were getting her, and it was a city cop and a deputy sheriff from the county or something, like two different police forces.
Were these
and yeah, that's right. They were
happened?
trying to remove her. Yep, in the house.
Were these children around?
I believe the kids were in the home at the time, if I'm not mistaken. I know for her initial arrest, they were definitely home.
Exactly.
They were because she remarks on it. But for that one, I believe they were.
No, she keeps saying that, he's assaulting me and he's scaring my children. My children are terrified. And the 911 operator saying like, are you in a safe place? Oh, they're in their room. And even when the police showed up, she said, "Oh, that's okay. They're sleeping."
Yeah.
And this is what I think really bothers people.
Yes.
And I want to say this is difficult because I don't mess with these people. I know Rev and Shanny, and every time I talk to them, I'm supportive. Their parents too. They're going through struggles in life. I think the alcohol thing has been an issue, and they know this, and they're working on it. And as soon as I get on the air, then I hear Rev. I've always been nice to them. I hear Rev say, "No, Hog Tie's two-faced." Look, all I ever do is say my honest opinion, right? I think Shanny screwed up with G-Man. There you go. I think she made some mistakes in there, and I told her that to her face because I'm honest, right? And in this case, this is one of their problems: is that she'll whinge on about, "Oh, my children," but then won't do these basic things. Like, what kind of a person says, "Oh, my children are frightened because my husband's beating me up," and then when the cops show up, say, "Oh, that's fine. They're sleeping. Don't worry." Never once cracks the door open to see how her terribly frightened boys are. It's not even on her mind.
They're not important. They're not important. She can't use them for sympathy with the cops, so they're not important. They're no longer useful in that capacity. Real quick, folks, just to show you guys. Real folks. Here is a video.
It's not a baby
May
carrot.
26, 2018. And I don't know if you can see the description here. Shanny engaging in her favorite pastime, crying on camera because people call her out on her bullshit that she habitually puts out into the public herself. Again, thinking removing the streams will magically rewrite history in her favor. All right.
And she's been doing that. She's been doing that recently. She thinks that she goes on YouTube to say that all the people that were talking about her, all the people that make videos on her are lying. She's trying to retcon her past. Von Helton was a headache on Shanny's live stream. Yes, he was. I mean, any live stream Von Helton comes on, every time Von Helton goes on a live stream on someone else's channel, he immediately makes it about himself. He goes on every time Von Helton joins a stream on someone else's channel, he immediately makes it about himself. And he always bitches about how he was bullied, how the trolls were responsible for his kids being removed from his home. And it's just the same bullshit. He raged for out. I know. I saw the video, Science Geek. I saw that video, and it was. I saw that video where he was in. I saw that video on the Geek Room Salt Mine or whatever show they had, where he was raging for hours and hours, continuously saying that, oh, it's the trolls' fault that my kids were taken from my house. Oh, these you trolls are gonna be sued or something. I'm gonna call the cyber police on. I'm gonna call I will send in the FBI to deal with you internet people or something stupid like that. He thinks that calling the FBI on a bunch of people calling him stinky would warrant. He thinks that people calling him stinky and saying shout out to Kentucky CPS would warrant any intervention from the FBI or the police. No, it doesn't work that way, Vaughn. No one's gonna snap in action and help you out. That's not how it goes. There is no need to warrant. No one's gonna. On Shanny's, and then it felt like it was all day on Drag, TGR, and the Geek Room. Exactly. Any stream that Von Helton gets in, any stream that Von Helton, like I said, any stream that Von Helton's on, albeit on his own channel or on someone else's channel, he'll immediately make it about himself. And when people refuse to accept the bullshit that he spreads, he will go into a tirade and threaten everything under the 9 suns to make it go away. He is that pathetic. That's all I can say about Von Helton. He's so fucking pathetic. He's a small portion of this whole drama. He's just a spurgy idiot who talks a buttload of shit and never follows through. And he's also a terrible parent and shouldn't be around kids in the first place. And no one should ever be his friend.
I have it stopped here, and you can't see who that is over her shoulder. That's one of her kids she's about to bring on fucking camera and come yell at the mean people on the internet. I'm not going to play this video. I'm not going to play it. Just so you all know, because y'all know me, I like to bring receipts. She does this shit.
Exactly.
She loves this shit. These kids are fucking tools for her. That's it. That's it. And then she gets mad when there are parents who actually care about their kids going, that's fucked up, bitch. Why are you doing that?
Exactly.
So if y'all want to go watch this video, it's called You Guys Are Monsters on the Fundy Archive. I'll put a link in here. Y'all can go watch it for yourself.
I'm going to see, one of these days, I'm going to do like a reaction to one of the Fundy Archive videos. You know what I mean? Don't mind me, I'm just drawing.
But there you go. There you go. Hold on. Let me actually finish the rest of this other video.
May I real quick?
Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I think clearly Shanny's very manipulative.
Exactly.
And I kind of get the feeling, like, obviously she wants to transfer blame, you know, deflect it or whatever. But I think there's something even, I think there might be another level to this. If you think I'm giving Shanny too much credit, then, you know,
it's egotism.
Maybe I'm wasting time here. But I kind of get the feeling that she's aware that the authorities, different authorities, are watching her videos, and that she can actually manipulate them into thinking that it's this whole group of people. That's never going to work. I don't know what would work for her. She has ruined her own name on the internet. It's not like that's ever going to clear up, but she could just stop making the videos.
And that's the thing. I mean, she could leave the internet permanently, but she chooses not to. I mean, she's already destroyed her reputation. It's not our fault that she is being attacked. It's not our fault that that people make videos on her. It's her fault. And the only way the only thing she can do to alleviate that burden is to leave the internet permanently, or until she gets her shit together. But I highly doubt that's going to happen anytime soon.
And actually focus on her family.
No.
Her mom, Shanny's mom and Shanny have a pretty fucked up relationship. And I don't know what's true about what Shanny says. I seriously doubt the whole thing about jerking the shoulder out of socket and putting it back in, because she's a nurse and knows how to do that thing. Like, I don't buy that shit. But whatever happened, Shanny's mom clearly displays attention-seeking patterns, and
like what Drag said, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
So does Shanny. So whatever she can fix in the near or distant future, the thing that she should really start working on is the relationship with her child, so that she doesn't have to, in 15, 20 years, have the same relationship with her child that she has with her mother.
That's not going to happen.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I think the kids would be better off with a family member that's well adjusted, because from what I understand, she has a brother and a sister who are doing well, you know. And so having them around an environment that's edifying, that's going to actually care for them and not just use them as fodder on the internet, I think would be a tremendous help, especially if one of them may be special needs, from what I understand. So let me play, because this is a 5-minute video, so
Don't
not too long.
People harassing my family. And you keeping on with this, you're just going to continue with these people, having these people harass our family. I don't want my son to die. I don't.
What?
And even if I went off the internet, it still continues. You still harass me on my phone all the time.
Yep.
I do?
Oh, there it is. Right there. Okay. Because she knows that the immediate fucking response from people will be like, listen, if you're so fucking worried about your family and what's going on, like, just get off the internet. Turn the internet off. Go hang out with your kids. Like, just like this is obviously not healthy for you guys. Like, that's nothing that you guys have been doing in the last several years online has been edifying towards you or your family at all. Like, so just get off. Just get off the internet. You'll be forgotten by people. You know, like, if people are sending your videos to CPS as evidence of the shit that you're doing, stop making videos. Stop giving them that evidence. Start fucking like focusing on your kids and doing all that shit.
She can't do that.
You'll probably be in a better position. And she knows that that's what people.
But she chooses not to because she's an egotist, and that's all there is for Shanny, is that she's an egotist, and she's never going to change. She's never going to change. People like this don't change. They'll try to put on a facade and say, look, I'm not this person anymore. Stop bullying me or stop harassing me and say that I'm this person. No, bitch. It doesn't. Exactly. The sickest part to me is that if her son did die, she would relish the attention and sympathy. Exactly. her sons aren't children to her. They're devices that she uses for her entertainment. They're devices that she uses for her entertainment because it garners attention. And that's all she ever wants is people to pay attention to her. She doesn't care about her family. She doesn't even care about her fucking kids. She, like I said, she is so fucking self-absorbed. And again, she didn't even visit her fucking son when he was being evaluated for a when he was being evaluated. Instead, she just sat at home and played video games with Zachary, claiming that she had nothing better to do. If your son, honestly, if your son really did attempt suicide, would you care about it, Shanny? No. If it did happen, or if he did attempt suicide, you wouldn't give two shits about it because you don't even know how real relationships work. Like I said, I'm not, and the fact is, I have the good grace to not air out my dirty laundry on the internet. Even though it's happened, I don't air out my personal life on the internet for everyone else to see because I know better. I know not to do that shit. Because I don't involve people in personal drama.
People are going to say. So she already has to counteract that because why would she give up the fucking internet? Why would she give up the internet? She likes this. It's not like she doesn't leave the house, doesn't do anything, barely gets out of fucking bed. Like, that she likes the attention that she gets online, so she's going to keep doing it, even if it negatively affects her family. So, she's already building up the fucking, don't tell me to get off the internet because I'm definitely not doing that. So it must be somebody else's fault.
But the whole thing about her like not getting out of bed, not leaving. Didn't she do a video a little while ago where she talked about how difficult it is to be so incredibly famous? And she even says, like, "Oh, sometimes I just."
Bro.
I wasn't there.
Mafabro! Mafabro! Jason, come and help me off the toilet! Jason, come and wipe my ass for me! Jason, come and put your hand inside my asshole to clean it! Oh my god. I'm never gonna get over that whole joke about the whole Mafabro thing. Mafabro! I buy DoorDash because I couldn't stand out to make macaroni and cheese. Dude.
Sometimes I don't want to leave the house because all the people that recognize me and they're such famous stars that they just can't go up.
Also, the whole look, I don't like leaving the house because I'm a big time oh my god, like saying we couldn't. Oh my god, we couldn't pick up our son at school. We forgot to pick up our son at school because we can't pick up our kids at school because we're big time celebrities. I can't go pick up my son at school because I'm a big time celebrity. I'm a big time celebrity. You know me on the internet for being in that Shane Dawson video. I met Trisha Paytas in person. I know the drunken peasants. Shanny is not a celebrity, okay? She's a lol cow. The only thing she's famous for is her arrest video. And the OnlyFans account, which is disgusting.
They can't go out in the streets of Tokyo without everybody recognizing, oh, that's Shanny for Christ in Revelation News. Like,
everybody looks at us and giggles. No, they're fucking laughing their balls off. They're not giggling.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. they're like, oh, we can't go outside because we're big. We can't go outside because we're big time celebrities. Y'all should know me by now. Y'all should know me by now. Y'all should know us by now. No, they don't. The only people that know you are Drag, The Geek Room, Fabit Geeky, Irate Alex, the Fun Brigade, Kiwi Farms, former members of the Drunken Peasants, and anyone that has an insight that is anyone who knows you in person. Also, like I said, the members of Kiwi Farms also knows her. I mean, they dedicated a board on her.
I was just this whole thing about and getting off the internet doesn't stop because they just keep getting the notifications on my phone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are involved in an internet war, if you are spending too much time on Twitters and you're getting blisters on your thumbs and losing sleep at night and your hair is graying early, when people say get off the internets, they don't mean get off YouTube for a little while. Turn the notifications off on your phone. They're saying like stop the internet stuff altogether. Like there's a lot of people that don't seem to get this. People won't leave me alone. Well, just don't read the Twitters. Like
it's an addiction.
That's all it takes.
It's an addiction.
Read them.
I have one. All I have is Facebook, and that's just so my family can.
I have Facebook, I have Twitter, I have Instagram, but I don't post on those that often. I don't post on that often anymore. I mean, I look at my Facebook. I look at my Facebook to see what's going on in the news or what's going on in the world, just to see how people are doing and what's going on. Sometimes I look at notifications from people I follow, and that on Twitter, and that's just about it. Sometimes I like to look at Instagram photos and post a few of my own, but that's just about it. The only communication I would have right now is my YouTube channel. I mean, I did live streams on Twitch, but they barely get enough views. This is the only means of contact I have left. Because, again, time zones are different from where I am. I live in Arizona. And the time zone here is different from where any one of you, from where you guys live.
Know that I'm okay. I just got the damn Discord with fucking with the ACA. There's no way on earth I would get all internet accounts and be where she's at and going through all that bullshit so people could treat me like shit. You're right. She enjoys this. And there are people like that who enjoy this kind of shit. They say they don't, but they do. They really do enjoy this kind of shit.
So the other part of this that kind of confuses folks, that people tend not to see or people tend to miss, she's been clout chasing for like the last 3 years. She's been trying her damnedest, her and Rev, because they live fairly comfortably. They can splurge and spend money frivolously. Like they got it like that to some degree, but they don't have affirmation. They don't have that security. And so what they're trying to do is emulate different people. Trisha Paytas, PewDiePie at one point.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm emulating certain people. What concerns me that Shanny mentioned Trump was his betrothed. Trump was his betrothed. I knew that she was out of her rocker. Exactly. She is fucking she even said that she wished that her mother sold her to Jeffrey Epstein. I was like, when I heard that, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You would rather be some sort of sex worker for a pedophile than live with your parents? Are you fucking kidding me? How delusional are you to actually think that way? Ugh. Exactly. I'm just sitting back and just letting these people talk because I'm I'm practicing for the next time. I'm also practicing for the next time I go on a drag stream, which I'm probably going to sit back and just draw on my own notebook, or my sketch pad. And like they're gonna they'll probably ask what I'm doing. I'm saying I'm just drawing.
What was the recent person? What's the guy that Rev says that he's related to? Jake Paul.
Or Jake Paul.
Jake Paul. Yeah.
Why not Logan Paul? I mean, they're brothers. Jake Paul is going to jail, going to tax jail. Watch. Jake Paul's going to go to jail soon for tax evasion because he owes a lot of money to the IRS.
Yeah, so they're trying to get internet famous. This is all a part of the internet famous thing. This is the controversy they need to have in order to get internet famous. And so if it,
like I said, they're trying to force people to pay attention to them. Their attempt, Shanny is trying to force people to pay attention to her. If you think that's fucked up, I don't know what is. She wants to be famous. She wants everybody to pay attention to her. Because she didn't get that much attention from her own family, because even though they tried to help her, but to no avail. She just wants people to kiss her ass and scream her name to the high heavens. Like I said, it's this egotism that makes her blind from reality. It's the egotism that makes her blind from reality. This egotism.
it takes them, risking.
And don't get me wrong, I know I've been emulating people for a while. I've been emulating former YouTuber, former conservative analysts like Mr. Mediker. Like, I mean, why do you think I put the star stickers on this hat? Is because it's basically like his mask, the iconic mask, the avatar, to emulate the avatar, his avatar when he used to do streams, when he used to make videos. He always has like that faceless avatar with a baseball hat that has 4 out of 5 stars with the headset. That's what I've been trying to emulate. I've also been emulating people like Drag, The Geek Room, and other people who cover idiots on the internet. When I should be doing my own thing, but the reason why I'm doing this is because, of course, The Geek Room subscribed to my channel, which I think is awesome.
The kids' well-being, they'll do that shit. That's fine.
But they're not like. But this is the bullshit here, right? Like, I don't think this narrative that there's like that they're risking the kids' well-being. That's just not true, right? Like, that's not true. And what I mean to say by that is that when I think of risking well-being, that there's a direct causal link between action and outcome for the kid's safety. That's not the reality. Like, if their kid is genuinely suicidal and genuinely has a mental illness, then like there's a big part of that that's just to do with that kid's brain chemistry. That's just a reality.
What they are doing is they're making a situation worse by not doing what they can and should do. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not a fucking parent. I can't tell you what the right set of actions are, and nor would I pretend to, because every parental relationship is different. But this idea that like the problem isn't that they're ignoring consequences of their actions, it's that they're ignoring everything just so that they can chase the clout that they so desperately desire, and then they look and say it's everyone else's fault when they've been paying attention to the things that matter.
Like I said, Shanny doesn't. It's not that Shanny lacks self-awareness. It's the fact that Shanny rejects self-awareness. Good night, Mom. Love you too. Always and firm, forever and always. You too. Sure. That was my mom. I mean, I know it's odd. It's weird that a grown man still lives with his mother, but like I said, in the end, family is all you have left, and there's no problem with that for me. I mean, a lot of people might think it's odd, but I'm still trying. I'm trying to get my shit together, and she has been very supportive of me. And I wouldn't trade it for. Exactly. That's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't trade it for the world. My family's always been so supportive of me. Even when I decided to do YouTube, they've been very supportive of me. And in the end, family's all you have left. But Shanny, too bad Shanny can't say the same thing about her kids, about being a mother herself. Hell, Shanny wouldn't even acknowledge the fact that her mother tried to help her when she was living with them, with her parents. Instead, she just berated her mother because, my mother was being abusive to me. Boo-hoo. Grow up, Shanny. Oh, wait, no, you can't. Because you're a mentally stinted toddler who refuses to take responsibility for your own actions. And the fact that Shanny also wants her mom dead shows how fucked up her mindset is. I wouldn't even wish that on anyone. Even my own. Hell, I love my mother. I talk to her, I tell her about anything that comes to my mind. Exactly. Whenever I talk about my family, I always like to talk about how I'm proud of my young. I was talking about my cousins. About most of them are usually coming of age. And the reason why I decided to do this stream was because of an unfortunate event that nearly rocked us. I mean, now I think it's time to, and the reason why I'm doing this video was not because I'm trying to get sympathy, it's because I'm trying to raise awareness that if you're dealing with these situations, if you're feeling suicidal, don't hesitate to talk to someone. Because my niece, who is now 16 years old, nearly overdosed on Benadryl. And that shook me. And that's why I'm doing this stream. As a precaution that if you are feeling suicidal, don't hesitate to talk to someone. don't use it as some sort of tool to garner sympathy, but talk to someone and know that there are people out there who will help you. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Because I've been down that road. I've had suicidal ideations before. And twice, like I said before, twice I've been escorted to the hospital because of those suicidal ideations. And I thought I was going to end up in a mental institute because of it. Because I thought that they were going to deem me as a danger to myself. And it was hell for me.
Caused this. It's not that, like, if people make videos, it's the fact that they don't prioritize the things that they say supposedly matter to them.
Von Helton did this a while back when people used to tell him just to get off the internet. And he would say this, like, why? So the trolls win? So the haters win? So, like, good people have to leave the internet?
I think Chris Chan did the same thing too. I mean, well, no, not the whole thing about Chris Chan attempted to leave the internet back in like 2000, between 2009 2011, but around that time he left the internet for just a few days only to come back. And that's what these lolcows do, is that they would attempt or say that they're going to leave the internet permanently only to come back a day later because they want the attention. They want people to feel sorry for them. And I find it sickening that they would go that far to do that. It's like a drug to them.
And that was the way that he was kind of justifying his mind, is that him leaving the internet would be like a victory for all these people online or something. And Shanny's probably got like the same type of way of looking at this, when it's like no, get off the internet because, like, for your fucking kids, like, obviously, like, your life is shit.
Exactly.
Because you put your fucking opinions out there. People don't like them. People fucking criticize you for the shit that you done, the lies that you sprayed, the hypocrisy.
Thank you, Corgi. Thank you. I appreciate your concern. I really do. But I'm doing this for my niece because she needs your prayers too. Not me. My niece. Because she was dealing with depression as well. And it nearly drove her to, wanting to cease existence. To go to sleep and never wake up. That is what she said. And hearing that really breaks my heart. So that's why I'm doing this stream. Because we have to be strong for our family so that we can raise awareness that there is hope for all of us. And my niece is a very beautiful child. She's a beautiful child who is very smart, very caring. And it breaks my heart seeing her think this way. I mean, my nephew, who is 21, just got out of a relationship. He broke up with his girlfriend, and it affected him emotionally. I would expect this behavior to be like that. I would expect this behavior from my nephew, but never my niece. And it's sad that these people have to go through the thing I went through, that I'm still going through. But there is always hope. Maybe I should recommend my nephew and my niece to see the same doctor I go to, the same psychiatrist I go to. I could recommend my nephew to also go to a psychiatrist, just to deal with his problems. Maybe prescribe him on antidepressants. And same thing with my niece. And also watch them and have them watched 24/7. Just to make sure that they don't do whatever they did. To make sure my niece doesn't do what she did. We need to watch ourselves. Maybe if I could recommend a psychiatric evaluation or a hold, or put them in like a not a psych ward, but a treatment center for like 72 hours. Because it's not safe for them to be at home where they would have access to harmful things. And I need to make sure my niece is okay, that my niece is still alive. I need to do the same thing for my nephew. I'd recommend that I have them checked into not a mental institute, but a crisis center.
In your actions.
For 72 hours.
And just fucking stop. Stop. Get off the internet. That would be probably the best thing for your kids. It's not a victory for a troll. It's a victory for your fucking kids.
Right.
Because now they have your fucking attention. As long as you just don't replace the internet with playing video games fucking 18 hours a day, they'll be fine.
That's a part of the cycle. This is all part of the cycle.
Hey, I don't mind playing video games as long as I know my limitations. Sometimes I can be playing Mortal Kombat for like 3 hours straight before I get bored. Or I can play like the Spider-Man game on PS4 or the Batman games for 5 hours straight. But you don't see me doing that every day. The only reason I do that is just to beat the games. Well, superhero games, because that's usually where I excel at.
Cool. That she gets on the internet, she starts antagonizing people, Rev starts antagonizing people, they get backlash, they escalate it, and then people respond in kind. They reciprocate exactly what they give other people, and then they can't handle it. But they feed off of that fucking attention. They need that. But it gets too toxic, and then, oh, woe is me, people don't like our First Amendment right, all this other bullshit, all these fucking platitudes.
But notice how they want freedom. They don't want to be controlled.
Yeah.
But I hate to say it. You can't live in a world with responsibilities and have complete freedom. Right? I have more freedom than you, Drag, just by virtue of the fact that I don't have a wife and kid.
I have more freedom than Drag. Exactly. Mental illness is something that no one should ever be exposed on the internet for views. Exactly. You can't. Mental illness isn't something you should exploit just for sympathy. And one time I tried that, but I deleted that video. Hell, I have a WordPress account that I haven't used in years, where I make all these bad pity journals about how my life sucks, and I try to get people to feel sorry for me. But then again, that's just me trying to be strong, trying to like confess, use it as like a live journal, like a blog journal thing to air out my thoughts. But you don't see me doing that anymore. I try to like expand on it by trying to make articles or rants or stories, you know. I stopped using WordPress altogether.
Right? But at the same time, I don't get to have a wife and kid if I have the type of self-directed freedom I have. Like, that's just how reality works.
Yeah, so here's the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing. If what you value in life is more important than your kids, whether they're your adopted kids or the ones that you shat out, you need help. There's nothing on this interwebs more important at any point in time in life other than my kids' safety and health.
No, exactly.
So that's it's apparent. It's apparent here, and it's ironic that I use that phrasing. It's apparent to me that what's more important to Shanny is her own victimhood and her own supposed e-fame. Oh, because there's no need for this. This doesn't do anything but just show that you're inept. Let me play some more of this nonsense.
So, Drag, please put an end to this. Be the man I know you are.
Why do you think I have that thumbnail where I have like a screenshot, side-to-side screenshots of Shanny and Chris Chan? Is because they are both so fucking self-absorbed. Hey, Ella, how are you? Oh, hi, Ella, how are you? I mean, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you in my chat now. I mean, it's a bit hectic. And this is an old video that was like 8 months ago, but it's still relevant to this day.
I know you have integrity, Drag. For my son's sake, please stop. And if you think I'm lying, I'm not. My son doesn't want to go on camera, but he would say what just happened to him. And it's because of you guys.
Did you get that?
Because he can't take the stress anymore.
Before they
None
started
of us
recording
can take
the video,
the
she
stress
already
anymore.
had this
Okay?
other kid would go on camera.
Yeah, because the kids are trained. That we've actually, someone still has this video. There's a video where she's telling the kids what to say and how to respond. And it's a little back and forth before she realizes what that video was. Because it was about 3 minutes.
Sorry, I was drawing.
Of her
Corky,
reliving the events of right before they left her mother's place, you know, the kid's grandmother. And the kid is telling his version of kind of what happened on that night. And
I can also do a video where I do like a review of Drag Sunday stream where he was enjoying. After I get done to my point, I'll do the video on Drag Sunday stream where he was enjoying his cheddar biscuits, and we were talking about restaurants, about what kind of restaurants we like. I mean, and then I talk about the scenario where I talk about some scenarios where I briefly mention the whole Baja Blast beatdown thing. Drag can call the whole incident the domestic abuse incident as like what's the word? A liquid ass whooping. But I prefer to call it by its actual name, the Baja Blast beatdown, because it sounds funnier. Because she got arrested last year over the fact that Rev wanted to go to Taco Bell to get a Baja Blast. And she whipped him with a fetish whip that they use for OnlyFans. And that's funny to me. And the fact that she was so fucking massive that they had to double cuff her, and that she was so wide that they had to double cuff her. And then because she was so big, she couldn't fit in the cop car, they had to escort her in an ambulance. I thought it was hilarious. And I feel sorry for those paramedics who had to endure that, her childlike mentality.
She's replacing what he's saying with her version. She's gaslighting him on camera.
Baja Blast
and
down.
People are noticing that. That video is gone.
Yeah, that's what drag can call it. Yes, Ella, it's called the Baja Blast beatdown. I think either scientist Sam or Bran coined the term Baja Blast beatdown. But the reason why they call it that is because all Rev wanted was a Baja Blast that time when Shanny got slappy with him. She hit him with a fetish whip, folks. Yeah, that is too funny, Ella. Ella, let me ask you, as a mother, if your son asks you to not film him, would you respect his wishes to not be filmed, Ella? If your child asks you to not film him, do you respect that child's wishes to not be filmed, or do you just do the exact opposite and laugh at his misfortune? It's a hypothetical question. And I know you'd answer because you're a mother yourself. And you've seen, of course, I have 2 sons and I never filmed them. Of course you do. Of course you wouldn't film your sons because you have integrity. You have what Shanny doesn't have, and that's integrity. No, I'd never make my kids to be a part of my videos. Exactly. That's what I'm asking. Because you have integrity and you have the decency to not involve your family in e-drama. Shanny has no sense of self-control. And you're right, she is sick. I agree. I mean, I saw your video. I've seen your videos on Shanny, which got me to wanting to do videos on Shanny myself, especially the ones where she was using her 2 boys, her son William's suicide attempt, as a way to garner sympathy. And I was miffed. I was livid to the point where I wanted to do a video myself. And I know Shanny would see me. And yes, Ella, I forgot to mention that I'm pretty sure you saw the stream where I joined Dragnot's stream at the last minute. I'm pretty sure you saw it. The one where Shanny was bitching Mrs. Drag out because of that stream, which which of course Drag reacted. And then it prompted me to do a video following that following the events the night before. Yes, because Ella, I made a video a day later after the initial stream where I kind of talked about the whole incident and how prior to Drag's anti-Shanny stream, Shanny made a stream of her own where she lost her shit and had a meltdown. Hell, she even suicide baited Christina Blackfeather by showing the cat scratches on her arm, which, again, is an insult to people who do have suicidal ideations. And it really pissed me off just to see that, yeah, she's doing it again. And she's making a mockery of people who have clinical depression. Same here, Corgi. I was pissed off too.
That video is gone. And a lot of us figured this is what Shanny does to her kids. She uses them as emotional pincushions. And they're just tools. And this is pathetic. This is why people say that you don't need to have kids. This is why people call them CPS.
And I know, Ella, you love your boys so much, and you would not let anything happen to them, right? Yes, she did. Yeah, she did suicide bait Christina Blackfeather by showing her arm with the scratches that you can barely even see. I mean, I've seen, like what Drag said, he's seen cat scratches that are deeper than whatever failed attempts that Shanny has done to like create scars on her arms. Exactly. You would never put your kids in harm's way. You would never use them as emotional pin cushions to garner sympathy, because you are a mother who loves her children so very much, and you would not wish anything to happen to them. Shanny is the exact opposite of you. She doesn't care about anybody but herself. But I've said that time and again. Maybe I should just let Drag say this.
It's terrible. But don't feel sorry for me, folks. None of this shit bothers me. This is an act.
I believe you.
All of these fucking crocodile tears. I don't control.
You can call them crocodile tears. You can call them crocodile tears, Drag. But I mean, crocodile tears sounds like, I don't think it's an insult to crocodiles, but to me, I prefer using the term CNN tears. You know what I mean? Please, reaction to Guerra resident English subtitles on. I'll do that some other time. I'll do CNN tears. Get it? Because those tears are fake news. I didn't coin that term. Someone else coined it. But it wasn't the members of the Geek Room or Dragout, but it wasn't about Shanny, but I kind of took that term and used it to justify Shanny's victim complex, is that she would garner sympathy with her fake bullshit CNN tears, because those tears are fake news.
Control no legion of fucking people to do a goddamn thing. There's only 2.5 people in this household that I control, and that's it. That is it. Period.
There's only one person in there. Yeah, exactly. The only person that I can control is myself. And that's it. There's only one person I can control, and that's myself in this household. Even though I still live with my mother, I can control I have the power to maintain self-control. I have the
evidence.
I have
for,
the power. I can. That's the only person I can control is myself. Shanny can't control herself whenever shit happens to her. She wants to air out her dirty laundry for everyone else to see.
For her act early on in the video. Watch this video again. Really go through this video and watch it. She does this bit where she looks into her own eyes in the viewfinder as she's crying. It's fucking telling as shit.
Exactly. It's like reading a script.
Yeah. And as you go forward with this video, Drag, remember that one of the last things she just said before you pause it there was, "I'm not lying about this," right?
Her act.
Yeah. Hey, come on, man! You got the video playing in the background.
God damn it,
Joe! I thought this. She's going to say, "Oh, so you're saying lying about this?" Now, here's the thing: if you were to say, as I think a person rightly would, "Shanny, you are telling lies about this," she's going to say, "Oh, so you're saying my son isn't expressing stress? So you're accusing me of lying about my son expressing some suicidal thoughts?" No, you don't have to lie about each and every damn detail of the story.
Exactly.
For someone to point out, you are lying about this. Okay. So I accept as true. We just got to take her word for it. Her son has had some sort of episode or set of episodes, around the time that Shanny made a video saying, "Oh, I want to harm myself. I phoned CPS to say I want to harm myself." Sometime in the days around her doing that, her son also does this.
Exactly.
And she wants to let us know, I'm not lying about this. So go ahead and play the rest
take
of
your
it
time, Ella.
and see, even if you accept that he's got this problem, that this is going on, is she telling the whole truth about the story?
And it's our fault.
Yeah, it's always our fault.
You're making authorities harass and abuse us, okay, for no reason.
There's one right there.
No reason. Do you have anything to say, Will? No.
What the? I agree with him.
What the fuck?
He would, but he doesn't want to because it would just be more.
And Shanny lied when she was reacting to Cecil McFly's video on her, saying that her son wasn't in the car. Bitch, please! Bitch, your son said no! So don't lie that he wasn't in the car. She's not clever. She's not that smart. I wouldn't give her... I'd give her that. She's not that clever.
Harassment from you people.
You are a liar and a hypocrite. You do everything you claim others do.
Exactly.
I'm a liar, Will, about this situation.
Yeah, because like what you need to poll the child. The child needs the child. I'm still trying to process. This is my first time hearing and seeing this fucking video, folks. My first time.
Great. Every time I see drag, I feel a craving for wanting cheddar biscuits. And I'm pretty sure you can find and make cheddar biscuits. You can find like cheddar biscuit mix. Well, I thought I saw like a cheddar biscuit mix at Sam's Club. The Red Lobster cheddar biscuit mix that you can make from scratch. Hell, Pillsbury has like some sort cheese biscuits. I wouldn't say cheddar biscuits, but they are cheese.
But they're not
as savory as the ones from Red Lobster.
From the minor who is mentally unstable right now about their opinion on some
what the French fries. Exactly. She's like, my son doesn't want to be part of this drama. Is that right? Tell him, Will. Tell him.
somebody they have no idea about, because mom said that the reason why another adult had to speak to you is because other adults that you've never met on the internet said that you were in danger.
Exactly.
Because that
Yeah,
makes perfect fucking
you know,
sense.
you know all these evil, mean people that are making you feel this way. Will, here, talk to them online.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
here,
a responsible.
Yeah, Shanny logic. Talk to the people to stop making fun of you. Talk to the damn dirty trolls who won't let you be, who wouldn't let you have a life of your own. Shanny has no life.
Come to the camera. Yeah, come to the camera and talk to all these mean people
No,
that.
Mommy, I don't want to be on camera.
Me too.
again.
I've never had lobster bisque before. I've never had lobster bisque. I've had clam chowder, and that's gonna be my go-to treat. I mean, Drag can have his lobster bisque and cheddar biscuits. I'm just gonna have my clam chowder and honey buns and honey biscuits. You know, those Church's honey biscuits.
I mean, you always make me say things. I don't know.
Well, if I may chime in real quick.
Oh, and also the boneless wings from Applebee's, or the boneless wings from Chili's or Applebee's. The appetizers from Applebee's. The sliders from Chili's. Aside from that, and of course, clam chowder. The New England clam chowder. The white one, not the red one. Why am I doing this? Why am I talking about food on a stream about suicide, about suicidal awareness? I should be doing that on another stream. Maybe next Sunday. I'll do that for Labor Day weekend.
Am I coming through all right? Yeah. All right.
Also, yesterday was my birthday. And I did a stream where I was covering the Cecil McFly documentary on Shanny.
So I had a very good conversation on Mom's channel a little bit ago. And a big thing that I have noticed is that since Irate Alex did that video, these two have been on just nonstop, constant damage control.
Exactly.
Because a lot of things that...
And exactly, because they're trying to retcon the past to make it look as though it never happened. I'm sorry, Shanny. It doesn't work that way. And it never fucking will. You can't just delete videos and pretend like it didn't happen. Someone would have the right mindset to download that shit and, well, archive it, because that's what we do. That's what they'll do. Because whatever you post on the internet has every right to stay up on there. Has every right to stay up.
Didn't want getting exposed, got exposed. The body cam
Thank you.
footage.
Thank you, Corgi.
That was a big one. They're trying to brush that one under the rug real fast.
Yeah, I guess it's because I did the stream early and I didn't take into account about the time zones. So I'm pretty sure that it was just me. I didn't mind.
The whole rumor research lab with the whole hit and run thing. Yeah, that exposed a lot of things that they did not want getting put under light. But it's out there now, so they're trying anything that they can to get people's eyes off of that and onto something better. So it doesn't matter what they're doing as long as it's getting them away from that.
And what I wouldn't do, I don't think I would put my kids personal, like my kid, especially if they just said that they don't want to be, you know, you don't, I wouldn't put my kid on the video to tell them to say something, you know, and I'm sure she probably was coaching them to tell them to say shit.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you saying your kids aren't props for YouTube videos? The fuck kind of what kind of creator are you?
Exactly. And this is a good reason, and this is one of the reasons why I am never gonna want to have kids in the first place. I mean, I'm not ready for a relationship. I'm not ready for a family. I'm not ready for any of that. I got to get my shit together before I start thinking about that shit. I got to graduate from college. I got to get my master's degree in whatever in digital, in film, in like development, whether if it's like a degree on film, for film special effects or graphics, my graphic design. I got to get my degree on that. That's what I want to do. Right now, I'm a media arts major at Arizona Western College. I'm taking an academic sabbatical because I'm taking an academic sabbatical for a few reasons. From failing grades to missed payments, and of course, the quarantine, which sucks. But when everything's all taken care of, I'm thinking about going back and finishing my degree. And then I transfer and move to like a newer degree so that I could actually get shit done and get my life on track. And that's all we got to hope for. Thanks. Yes, I'm an artist. My channel was initially going to be on art. Oh, cool. We're both art majors. Cool. Well, most of it, the media arts program is basically like a broadcast and shit, which now I'm wanting to get into that shit. The whole broadcast, like now I want to get into the whole radio podcast thing, live streaming, because that's basically where the money's at in some ways. But it's just me doing it as a hobby for right now until I get like more subscribers. Then I'll start putting in more inventory, start developing my channel more, and maybe adding some minor upgrades to my streaming services, upgrading to the premium services, and maybe adding more cookies, more cookie cutter outlines, and maybe ultimate, and maybe get the super chat thing going.
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we've
that's
seen
that's exactly what they're
videos.
doing. Is they're trying to use the children as a fucking meat shield, because the actual upbringing of the kids, the well-being of the kids, that's an afterthought. What they're trying to salvage right now is their reputation. As non-existent as it may be, they have to salvage something, and it's fucking pathetic.
I agree. And they wonder why people are concerned for the kids. Like, this is probably all of the years I've been watching Shanny. This is probably my third time that I can recollect that she has used the kids as a shield from criticism.
I agree. She does use those kids as shields, and it's sickening just to think about it.
She has actually coached the kids into trying to say what she wants them to say because she wants that sympathy. And if she can go through the kids to do that,
Again, this is something I see in someone who is basically considered a tender misanthrope. Another symptom of her egotism and her misanthropy, her tender misanthropy, is her, aside from an abject hatred for humanity in general, as well as wanting validation, is that aside from that, a tender misanthrope like Shanny would try and transform real people into her idealized fantasy person, a person that she wants them to be. Someone who is fake, a fake person. That's what she's been trying to do with her kids. That's what she did with Rev by taking advantage of his. But that's another thing, is the Machiavellian thing, is the Machiavellian machination, where she's taking advantage of someone who is in a weak position, manipulating them to fit her own narrative, and transforming Rev into a subservient hype man, or a subservient spouse, I would say.
That's not a problem. And that's okay for her. That's perfectly fine to bring kids into it, right? Because that takes focus off of her and any responsibility that she bears. It's my fault that she does the things that she does and that other people do the things that they do. It's all my fault. So I have to bear that responsibility because I'm the one with integrity. Okay.
I have integrity too.
Can I help out with a couple of vocabulary words? Because there's I think certain people get certain words crossed up. And you know what, Hogtie, maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong. But when people know you, when people you don't know your name, know who you are by sight, that's fame. That's being famous. When people know who you are by the deeds you've done and stories and legends that follow you around, that's infamy.
I agree.
That's very different. And the clout Shanny and Rev are chasing after is not what they're finding.
I agree.
Well, you're not a liar and a hypocrite. No, you're not.
But you know what? You can say I'm a liar all you want. I'm asking, as a mother, as one parent to another, to stop for their sake. I don't want my son. I mean, I have papers in my hand over safeguarding my fucking home from suicide. Does that say anything to you?
Yes, it does. It says that you're a terrible fucking parent. That's what it says to me.
Exactly.
Okay, and what is it she wants you to stop, bro?
She wants easy now. I need to, because I'm sick of this shit. It's just, look. Let me walk back something. A child can be suicidal just by being bullied. It has nothing to do with the parents. This is one instance that the child's well-being is directly impacted by her. There's without a doubt in my mind that this shit is caused directly you, Shanny. Let's make that abundantly clear. I'm not responsible for your child's fucking welfare. You are. It's time that you actually be a mother.
Exactly.
I'll let you put
But
it,
she doesn't
right?
want to be a mother. Instead, she wants to be a victim of her own circumstances. And that's not a good thing to be. Even if your kid's well-being is at risk, you need to own up to your mistakes and be the parent. Don't try and use your kids as like tokens of appreciation or something like that, because not going to make you look more remotely justifiable in the long run.
Because part of this is also just like it's inevitable that like I don't believe, and this is a belief of mine, it's based on experience. I could be completely wrong. I don't believe that someone becomes suicidal if they're making a rational decision, right? Like I think that there's probably something going on with the kid that isn't right, and we can't blame genetics. Is a thing. Maybe he has.
You're breaking up, dude.
That Shanny.
Dude, you're breaking up. Oh wait, this is pre-recorded. This is already recorded, so it's not on my end.
But for
breaking up real bad.
She's focusing on how can drag not do what is causing this, even though that isn't the cause. Drag isn't the
Exactly.
cause.
Is Sam in Japan?
Scientists.
We got most of it. We got most of it.
I just want to know what it is Drag's supposed to be doing that's making her kid want to commit suicide. Like
I'm thinking about
it's to take the blame.
Yeah.
He's exposing her terrible deeds on the internet. He's watching her videos, seeing the terrible things she does, and making a video himself going, "Would you fucking look at this?" That's
I'm gonna
that's
have
what
to
he's doing, and apparently he
invite
needs to
people
stop because
on the next
he's
stream
causing Shanny to be a
on the
terrible
stream
mother.
next time I do another.
Yeah. So evidently, people are saying in the video we actually see
if
the
I
child
do a
come on
stream.
camera. So about halfway.
I
through.
want to invite people on next time.
See if we can avoid showing that with
to
her.
talk about the whole.
I'll skip past it when it comes.
Yeah,
up.
she could do that. We don't need to.
Please, Drag, put a statement out at least. Leave my family alone.
If you leave my family alone, Drag, really? Shanny, it's not his fault that your son is in this situation. It's yours. It wasn't his fault that your son was suicidal. It was yours for being a really shitty person.
Something. Be a man. Be a human being.
Take a breath and look at the light.
The fuck, bitch?
That's some bullshit.
Oh my God, Jesus.
Well, no, that's fair.
Pray.
I'm with that.
I'll do it. Fucking if you want, I'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, leave your goddamn family alone. You know what? They've got enough problems, right? And by the way, I'm sorry, I got to say this first because Drag, I'm going to assist you in the sort of backing away from the thing you said. I think you recognize you overstated it. If your kid has mental health problems, your kid's expressing suicidal ideation, there's issues going on there. There's part of the video that she held up a pamphlet that they had given her about how to deal with that situation. Do you know why they make those threefold pamphlets? Because this happens to a lot of families. This isn't unique to them. Now, I take your point, Drag, when you say, I'm sick of this shit. And I agree with you. It's really hard because I've seen those parents that have had to deal with a kid that goes through this. As a parent, it's just gripping, like, what have I done wrong? My kid wants to kill themselves. You're supposed to be happy when you're a child. This is incredibly painful for parents to go through, right? And they make those pamphlets, and there's lots of services to help people get through it. And I take your point, Drag. She's got to recognize that look, some of these kids, they go through it because of substance abuse in the home, like parents that just can't stay sober for 2 hours straight, right? The crazy lack of stability, just the chaos in the home. These are things that are known to be disruptive to kids, right?
Exactly.
And then people get my point. I forgot what my second point was. What were we talking about with a kid? Whatever. You guys. Jello knows my point. What was I going to say? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Leave her kids alone. I totally agree with this. Shanny, you want someone to put out a statement? I'll put out a statement. Don't be calling her fucking house. Don't be blowing up her phone. Don't be calling people in her community. They have a government there. Those people know how to deal with this. Part of the problem, by the way, is in this video when they're driving down the road, he'll say, "Oh, there's another police car." And she's like, "Fucking pigs." Like, I'm sorry. If you're a parent and you have kids in your car and your whole attitude is to teach your kids that the police are bad people, like just universally, she doesn't know those cops. I know she has a grief about a couple other cops. She gets on the internet and tells lies about cops. And then she doesn't understand why people ask for the body cam.
And of course, you've seen the videos from June. You've seen those videos from June where she was pretending to be anonymous with those fucking fucking disgusting looking masks, Guy Fawkes masks that don't look appealing. That they don't. I mean, seriously, what is up with that shit? And that was because of the whole George Floyd thing, and they think that they decide to use that as a mechanism to like say that all police officers are bad. No, bitch. Not all police officers are gonna snap a black guy's neck in front of his kids and then behead. Not every cop is gonna behead a black guy in the middle of the street in a crowded area and burn his corpse. This isn't an autocratic society. Not all cops are racists. Not all cops are violent. Not all cops resort to torturing and butchering innocent people. And you wonder why the police are having a bad rep. It's because the media tries to portray them in this light, in a sense. Because Antifa. I mean, I don't have a problem with them. It's just the thing with Antifa and other social groups is that they're being what's that word? Infiltrated by people who want attention. So they just try to latch on to a movement that has spent years trying to fight for freedom and equal rights, and then they try to like I'm not saying segregate it, but I know there was a word about it in one of the old Mr. Medicare Tumblrism videos that I forgot the word, but co-opted or whatever. Special snowflakes. And these special snowflakes from Tumblr would infiltrate a movement such as the Black Lives Matter and Antifa. And then they try to latch onto it. And some of them even go as far as to take it to the extreme and introduce these demands. I mean, I've seen people protest, but I've seen people protest, and sometimes it's not that major. I mean, there are cases where it can lead to violence, but not all the times. I mean, there are peaceful protests, but if you're standing in the middle of the rush hour traffic with a banner, then that's not considered a protest. It's considered disruption of the peace. I mean, people have to go to work. I mean, I understand the whole Antifa and Black Lives Matter thing, but what Shanny is doing, she's trying to latch onto that to garner sympathy and force people to pay attention to her. Which is why she and Rev decide to pretend to be part of Anonymous with those god awful custom made Guy Fawkes masks? I mean, Anonymous hasn't been relevant since 2012.
I'm on a tear here. Sorry, I'll stop. But I also said before, don't be calling for the fucking, don't be doing FOIA or FOIP, whatever the fuck it's called, where people are getting the body cam footage and the 911. Why the fuck is anybody doing that? Let her and the police deal with that and the courts deal with that in their community. That's none of our business. Oh, but wait. Then she puts out these statements about how the police were throwing her on the floor and all these prisoners were oogling her, not a word, by the way. And
ogling.
She tells all these lies about what the police were doing, and that now makes for a legitimate public inquiry. If somebody says, well, did the police really treat her badly? Well, let's find out. That's publicly available information. Now it becomes legitimate. So the point I'm trying to make here is that, look, if you want people to stay the fuck out of your lives, then keep your life to yourself. If you're going to get on the internet and tell lies, oh, the Boulder police did this, oh, the Boulder County Sheriff's Department did that, oh, Dragnet Silvis did this, you completely legitimize every dink on the internet that wants to start prying into your life, is my point.
There we go.
There we go.
Because if y'all don't know what Hogtie was referencing, so if you go to a particular YouTube channel called Justice for Shanny, you'll hear Shanny talk about this whole ordeal where the Boulder police came in and brutalized her, and they busted in the house, and they stripped her butt naked when they arrested her, and then she could just sit there. She was oogled of all the male inmates, and they could see her all her goodies. And that it's not a word; she means ogling, but still, it's on Justice for Shanny. You then can go to Rumor Research Lab and see what preceded the supposed stripping of the butt nakedness and the actual arrest. And it looks nothing like she described. So this is what's funny. She is upset. She's
I saw that video. I didn't really see the video that he was describing, but I saw the arrest video. I spent 6 hours covering it, even though there were several delays, but the gist of it is during the whole Black Lives Matter thing and the whole Justice for Shanny thing and all that bullshit that she likes to lie about, how the police are evil to her, I decided, I took it upon myself to look into that. But also, aside from that, the reason why I did that live stream on the arrest video was because of that joke that Rev was too stupid to understand. The whole Baja Blast joke, the one where he was holding a Baja Blast filming himself holding a Baja Blast saying, I have my Baja Blast. He doesn't get the joke. He doesn't get the joke behind the whole gist of the joke. I'll let Drag talk.
Legitimately upset. I do think so.
I gotta do something,
but she is upset
bit.
Because people.
So I'll let Drag
expose her bullshit. Just like in the description of the other video, people have caught on to her bullshit. She's not aware that she does this shit cyclically. It's even to the point that she and Rev were mad at me a year ago today. It's that cyclical. It is that frequent.
Do you have a video from a year ago today?
You remember you talking about the Whale Chronicles?
I'm just saying, like
a whole series of videos called the Whale Chronicles. Yes, I do.
If we could play a little clip of her crying about you from 1 year ago to this day, that would be kind of amazing.
We're going to save that. We're going to save that for later.
I
want to reference it here because I like doing this. I'm going to reference it. And then we'll go back. We will go back a year ago to this day, folks. Same shit's happening.
Well, Drag, you remember what she was saying about it. Saying that because you're in the military, they had trained out the humanity. And now what is she doing? She's appealing to your humanity.
Really weird. It's almost like she just bullshits and makes up stuff. Really weird. So.
Oh my God! It said the license plate literally says Jesus Christ. I have to show this. I don't care. Look at this.
Okay, stop, because it's his license.
I can't think. All right, but
Yeah,
it literally, I
turn
can't
that
even show
camera
it.
on. Show us the traffic. Show us your neighborhood. Good choice.
Does it say Colorado or Japan around the license
Right,
plate of that?
but it literally, I can't even show it. It doesn't even show.
Okay.
But it literally says Jesus Christ.
Jesus C. That's amazing.
Strange.
I love it.
Strange,
Oh
strange,
Lord
strange.
Jesus, thank you for giving me some hope.
Exactly. Yeah, there's another cop.
God, there's
Is he turning
pigs
around?
everywhere.
Yeah, they are everywhere.
Oh, pigs everywhere. Yeah.
I love it. That's a brother.
Hold
Literally.
Oh, and here's a bit of advice. If you think or know that the local police are watching your videos, maybe not referring to them as pigs. I mean, it's just off the top of my mind. Maybe you can think of them as pigs. Actually, it is, you can, like, when you're being arrested, instead of throwing limp-wristed wrist punches at the cop, you can think to yourself, ooh, I hate this guy. He's a pig and a bad person. But you just think it. You don't say it. You don't act on it. You just keep it to yourself.
Yep. So,
And things will go easier.
real quick, a quiz for the folks in the chat. What side of the road do people drive on in Japan? Real quick.
À la gauche.
Some of you who know French, they got the answer. It's real interesting. Real interesting. Why would Rev be concerned with the license plate? Real interesting. They drive on the left, by the way, folks. So, folks.
Yeah. A quick question for Joe. A quick question for Joe. I know you're talking about the wrist punch thing. That part confused me too. But if you listen carefully, I think that cop in his report had misplaced a modifier and it had an ambiguous antecedent. If you listen to it carefully and think of it this way, he said that the deputy sheriff had blocked with his wrist. That is, have you ever seen that karate block where you come, wax on, wax off? You remember Karate Kid? He said, wax off.
Wax
Yeah,
off.
Funny.
Wax off. Yeah, I mean, the block chin. That thing? Yeah. Cheddar on the biscuits when I bake them, not heat them up in the microwave. Oh, sorry.
Anyway, if you listen to it, it actually sounds like that Rev was doing a proper punch, and the cop blocked the punch with his wrist against Rev's wrist. That's the I get.
So basically, the Denver cop was probably really stoned and just did a report poorly.
It happens.
Well, I mean, I'm in Washington State. I know that sometimes the cops get high. Who can blame you?
Yeah. Yeah, Mount Fuji does look great in the distance. They must be near the. Oh no, this is near the Shibuya district. Obviously, that's what's going on here. We'll pretend that that's the case. So I wanted
the whole Colorado Japan thing. Ashley Pinga.
to point out that while we're exposing Shanny and Rev for being bullshitters, there's no reason why Rev will be concerned with a license plate unless, I don't know, it say Colorado on it, then hey.
Think. All right. But it literally, I can't even show it. It doesn't even show. Okay. But it literally says Jesus Christ.
Jesus C.
Yeah, nice job trying to dox someone because you thought it's a sign from God.
That's amazing.
Sorry to interrupt, but my memory is, I only sort of glanced the video once, but wasn't that a pickup truck? So we're led to believe that there's a pickup truck on a six lane wide, driving on the right hand side of the road.
Or they drive on the right, yeah.
With Jesus C on the license plate, because
Yeah,
that sort of
Japan.
pickup truck is all over Japan, especially Tokyo.
I would like
city flooded with pickup trucks.
I got a little
JC plates on them.
I got a little tip. I think I can help Shanny and Rev out. If they opened up, if they put a little intro at the beginning of their videos. Does anyone know an old band called The Vapors?
Mm-hmm.
They did a song called
yes. What is
Turning,
it? Turning Japanese.
Turning Japanese. If they just introed their videos, all their videos with the beginning of that song, I believe it goes something like dun, 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 dun. I think they could get this whole thing about there in Japan to really pick up.
Yeah. They're just going to come back and say, oh, that was just a joke. Everybody says we're lying about being in Japan, but it was such an obvious joke. It was clearly a joke. That's what they're going to say.
I think Rev came up with that joke because he's stupid. He thought it was believable.
They're obviously jokes.
Jokes. We got folks.
Oh, Lord Jesus, thank you for giving me some hope.
Exactly. Yeah,
Oh, God.
Another
God,
thank you, Lottie.
Yeah, they are everywhere.
In a quarter mile, turn left on
What's good, irate Alex?
They really are everywhere.
No, I'm not losing it. I'm asking Dragnot to stop this stuff because my son is at heart. Please stop. For my kids' sake, please stop. They don't need this harassment anymore. They don't want to lose their parents. They don't think their parents are bad.
No.
So that's funny. Okay. So my 8-year-old's personal opinion of me is remarkably different than the adult's opinion of me. This is just a strange thing. It's this weird thing. It's like kids kind of exist in their own realm because they're kids. So they don't want to lose that. They think their parents are great. Cool. I know kids who are grown up brought up in abusive households to this day will say that their parents are great. And okay, does CPS think that that's the case? Okay, so I'm glad, Shanny, that you have convinced the kids that the environment that you have provided for them is normal.
Really?
I'm glad that you
convinced them of that, Shanny. I'm glad.
Convince them of that. Only if you could convince adults of that. That'd be great. You wouldn't have any issues then, right? No.
No.
Are we almost there?
God bless you.
Yeah, we are almost there.
God bless you, brother.
He's going to the hospital.
It's a crisis center.
I know. We're going to the crisis center for William.
Yeah.
Okay, we're almost there.
Forgot where you going?
Okay.
F-O-P.
My son tried to commit suicide because you idiots on the internet. Not try, but think it.
Oh, but she's not
And
lying.
now we're taking him to get evaluated because of you guys. And I'm asking Drag and everyone else involved to please stop for my children's sake.
Please stop, irate Alex.
For the children's sake, please.
I'm asking Drag to put out statements to leave our family alone. He doesn't condone this. I'm asking someone to do something. Okay, I know I'm Shanny for Christ. I know you guys don't like me, but my son doesn't have to die because of this.
Stop yelling.
Shannon, stop. Okay, so I've said this in a previous video. I'm not cool with people calling their house and calling their phone. I've seen one video of at least 1 or 2 people doing that. Not cool with that shit. Making videos towards it, have at it. Because guess
I've seen
what?
that happen. And that has happened with Christian when Christian was, before he became Christine. I mean, Christian had a lot of trolls call his home number, and that's because he gave it out. He doxed himself He doxed his family unironically as a way to prove that he was the real Christian during the whole Liquid Chris saga. And he got a bunch of trolls calling him. And that's because the trolls were manipulating him into giving away his personal information.
She makes videos towards people. You get to make videos towards her. She made a video laughing that 2 people have died. One of them I actually knew pretty well. So no, Shanny.
And that's another thing about her egotism is that she thinks she's benevolent. She thinks she has the magic powers to cause the death of someone, of 2 people. She thought that God was her hitman who struck down her enemies. That's her being benevolent. That's her believing she's benevolent.
I'm sorry. People get to say whatever the fuck they want about you because you're a terrible fucking person.
Can I ask a question about that? She doesn't really mean Trevor, right? Does she mean Trevor?
Trevor. No, the Trevor 2000 with the red flower icon. That's who she thinks Trevor is.
Now, no, I'm not trying to dox anyone. I don't like, they're very much different people. Very, very different. Trevor was a really great guy. I got a chance to meet him a couple years ago, and anyone that knew him was lucky. It was when I was doing the Rand scam thing. He did a video pretending to be Rand and did it with a mask on. And I was going around looking for people that had done Rand videos, and I was leaving like threats in their comment section. You're not me. You'll never be me. You're not as good as me. Things like that. And that's how I met and became friends with Trevor. He's a funny guy, good personality, great sense of humor, and he'll be missed. Sorry, I just had to.
No, that's fine. People in the chat. There's 200 something people watching. Some of y'all know who these folks are, but one of the folks that she had mentioned was Mo the Pagan, as she says, Mo the Pagan. That was her name, Mo the Pagan, and Mo died of complications of cancer.
And there was this girl that G-Man knew named Jade who died, unfortunately. I don't know how. From complications of cancer.
All that Mo would ever do was see despicable shit like this and go, you need to do better for yourself and your family. Shanny, you're better than this. Really, middle of the road statements, I would say. They're critical, but they're not overly mean or more overly malicious at all.
Oh, they're malicious. Oh, Shanny's malicious. Shanny thinks she's benevolent. Shanny thinks she has supernatural powers. And she is convinced that all the misfortune that's going on in their lives was because she created it. Shanny is convinced that she has the power to curse people. She convinced herself into believing she had the power to curse people. And if that doesn't tell you that she is a psychopath, I don't know what does.
But this horrible cretin decided that it's cool to sit up in her fucking bed in the morning and just laugh because that's cool.
When FabFit Geeky had a fender bender, Shanny said that it was God avenging her by striking down her enemies. If that doesn't say if that isn't an example of, again, her egotism and her descent into madness, I don't know what is. If that's not telling that she is a poor grip on reality to the point where her egotism plays into her delusions, reigning in new ideas and new concepts of her already skewed perception of reality by believing that she is a benevolent entity.
He's glad Mo the Pagan died of complications of cancer because, well, he said mean things to me on the internet, like "get yourself together," because that's an appropriate response. So, but I'm supposed to somehow believe these crocodile tears and go out of my way to make a statement. I will stand on what I've always said. I don't think people calling them at their house is cool, but if people see something fucked up with what they're doing to each other or doing to them kids, please, just like with Von Helton, please let the authorities know.
Exactly. If what they're doing is completely fucked up, let the authorities know. Because no child should ever deserves to live in squalor. No child should ever live in squalor with two immature, mentally unstable Neanderthals and these two. No one should ever live with two mentally unstable, brain dead troglodytes or parents. No one should ever deal with that shit.
I'm not sorry that people are alerting the authorities when y'all step out of line.
I'm not sorry for trying
with y'all.
For doing,
I'm not cool with that. If
the
there's
right thing,
something seriously
and calling
disconcerting,
you out,
like,
even though everybody's done it before.
to give you an example, Rev driving and appearing to be quite under the influence.
Do I
even
accept
if he was
responsibility
just
for my
let's
actions?
throw it on a
Yes,
fucking limb
I
here.
do.
The fact that he was so sick that he had to hop out of the fucking car, throw up in the middle of the road. That is driving
to not make everything in my life.
Your body is so ill that you cannot
mockery.
Even sit for the entire duration of a car trip, which took 20 minutes without vomiting.
Self-control when it comes to
you need to do
that
with
shit.
anyone else,
Even
including
though
myself.
I have to be helped
take a fucking lift. You're not hurting for money.
The rhythm
too.
But
I like the rhythm of that. I want to follow factual correction. Again. It was not the middle of the road. More bizarre,
counterproductive with that.
It was the middle of the bus loop.
The parking lot. Thank you. Yes.
Too bad Shanny can't say
the bus loop, not even the lot. The bus loop. Like it's just
seriously.
School buses are going by, and there's Zachary's dad having a little Ralph in the parking lot.
The teenagers are scary
part. Said, if you're driving drunk drag, I call cops on you too. Please do. Please do.
Oh.
Yes, absolutely. If somebody sees me hit Miss, if I'm not playing with her, if y'all see me slap her or abuse my kid, please do. I'll give you full permission because this shit's out of line, right? But they think that they're immune from any of the other stuff that happens to other people. They're immune from criticism. They're immune from people checking them. They can do and act with impunity, and they're finding out that no, that's not the case.
Yeah. By the way, in terms of you and your wife having like spousal abuse or whatever, I actually encourage it. There was one, you guys were in the car one time, and she was complaining about some dumbass thing you did or something. And I said something like, just slap that whiny bitch.
Hit him.
And then, no. I said, slap that whiny bitch.
Yeah, okay, got it.
No. And then like 3 lines later, I went, seriously, Mrs. Dean, for the love of God, slap that whiny bitch.
Oh man,
she's all for that. She's the violent one. She's the violent one. I'm the peacekeeper.
Yeah, I'm the peacekeeper too. I'm trying to be the peacekeeper too. That's until I get hit with a fetish whip. I mean, I've seen Mrs. Drag. Well, I haven't seen her face, but I hear her voice, and she's strong-willed. I ain't gonna lie, she is a strong-willed, and I can see why Shanny wants to get with her, because and remember, Rev by calling him a lesbian. If that's not demeaning your significant other, I don't know what is. Because she openly called Rev a lesbian. I think that's one step closer of transforming him into. I mean, it's only a matter of time before she decides that putting makeup on him and calling him Revelina isn't enough anymore. That she has to ramp it up and force him to undergo the final transformation into making him into a girl by forcing him to wear women's clothes that are made specifically for women, like bras and panties, and of course she will try and force Rev into getting either force him into creating a clit where his balls should be, or a taint piercing.
But I do want to say about people picking people up. Right, you're saying like if somebody's doing something bad, you're going to tell them. And I want to reveal a little secret of the atheist community, which, by the way, includes a shocking number of Christians. We do get on each other's cases about stuff like this. Right now, I've been friends with Drag for years. I've been friends with JD Kane for longer than that. And people might remember 5 years ago, he got drunk on air and he did a bunch of stupid shit that involved saying something about some person that was revealing too much information. And when he got off the air, I went up one side and down the other. And when I got done talking to him, he had his head hung like a fucking puppy dog that just had his nose rubbed in piddle on the carpet. Not because he's scared that, Hog Tie's upset with me. Because I told him in crystal clear terms why that was the wrong thing to do. And look, Shanny, if you're listening, if I thought Drag was doing something to hurt your kids, I absolutely would be on Drag's case about it. I might do it privately, but I would be crystal clear on that it's unacceptable, and here are the reasons why it's unacceptable. I'm not his mom. His mom would or should cuff him, but Drag may or may not listen to me. But I promise you, the rest of us, if somebody's doing something that harms your kids, we will be on that person's ass. Absolutely.
I agree.
She ain't gonna hear that. That you're right, and good on you for saying it, but she ain't gonna hear that.
That doesn't help anybody. Okay?
Anyway, I gotta go.
This is them. She gotta go. So this is the rest of this video. What is this? Quick update.
Oh, and they're like, oh my god, they always roll their eyes too if they're called Mario, and you can do the Mario.
This is right after their little visit to the crisis center.
Yeah, I couldn't. She got that Chan face.
But, you know, couple days being looked after, sometimes you have to.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Sometimes you have to. My son deserves a lot more than
the
this.
CNN tears.
You know, it just comes to the point where like you gotta stop abusing authorities and lying to get me in trouble. It's not funny when you see your child
we're concerned about your kids, especially your son. I mean, William, yeah. No, Zachary is more impressionable at this point. And he's about like 11 now, I think. And he has autism. So that's gonna play a factor into having to deal with the issues. But Shanny isn't all about that. Instead, Shanny wants to use the two boys as meat shields. Try to get people to manipulate.
Yeah, you're affecting
in a suicide watch room. And I couldn't even, this is the worst part. I couldn't even sit in that room with him because it triggered my PTSD so bad.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
As a mother, use that phrase "as a mother" one more time. You buzzed in first, Greg. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm about to get up and go piss in a second, Hawkeye. So if you got something to say, just
please leave the mic open while you're peeing. Just we'll handle it.
I cannot. If there's one thing that really pisses me off, it's this bullshit where she hides behind PTSD. Bitch, please miss me with that bullshit.
And I love it when Ella Tallulah said that in the video where she talked about the whole Shanny saying that where she's ranting about Shanny talking about COVID-19. And she's like, miss me with that shit. And that's my feeling. Miss me with that shit. If you think that I'm going to let you gloat around about how you are suicidal and how it affects your family, please miss me with that shit. Miss me with that shit, why don't you? Because I will refute that harder than you can hit Rev with the fetish whip. Trust me on that. Better believe that shit. I'm gonna
at no point in time will anybody ever catch me hiding behind my PTSD.
Exactly, me.
Because guess what, Shanny? I'm an adult.
I'm an adult too.
Been through far worse than you've been through in most cases.
Yeah, same here. I'm an adult who's been, well, I wouldn't say worse, through worse cases, but I've had issues where I wouldn't say I had PTSD, but I've been through crazy shit when I was younger. I mean, some of it was self-perceived, self-fulfilling prophecies. And some of them was basically my own fault. But I've learned to take responsibility and accepted things. I realized that all the shit that I was doing was fucking retarded. So I stopped. And I realized, yeah, this isn't working out. And why I look at people like Shanny, like Christian, like these other locales, is to not just, if anyone feels like their life sucks or like life has dealt shitty cards, just look at it this way. At least you're not Shanny for Christ. At least you're not Shanny for Christ. Then you can feel better about yourself.
Let me say that. Caveat. There are some things in her life that have happened that I will never.
And also, just think of it this way. If you're having a really rough day, just think of it as this. At least you're not Shanny for Christ. At least you're not G-Man. At least you're not Von Helton. At least you're not a shitty human being on the internet who is trying to use mental illness as a crutch to justify their actions. At least you're not that type of person.
Ever go through. But when it comes to PTSD,
your ass.
It's not
when it comes to PTSD,
something, it's not a shield.
I mean,
that
I might
you
not
use.
know.
It's not a bludgeoning tool.
I have a cousin
It's not
named Becky,
give me sympathy.
basically
At all.
Almost as
At all.
mentally unhinged as
Miss
Shanny,
me and everybody else with that bullshit.
not
Shanny.
worse because
Stop it. Now I gotta piss.
I'm not saying she's
can you at least
a
move the
bad
video
mother.
just a
I'm not
little
saying
bit?
she's
People are
as
dying
crazy as
in the-
Shanny,
in the
but
YouTube.
she has her
It's
moments.
awful.
Emotion. She has
It's quite in
like
vogue
similar
now to have
emotional
yourself
range in certain
sitting on the
areas.
shitter while you're doing a YouTube video. Yeah, I don't know how to follow
So does
that.
my
I will
Aunt
say,
Debbie.
having known Drag for a number of years, and he's mentioned that this is an issue in his
She's
life
not
he's
as
dealt
big
with.
as Shanny,
I really
thank
don't see
God.
it that much. I will say there was one episode, and I could hear the snap.
But she is obese.
Like,
my aunt is
somebody said
morbidly
something,
obese.
he got upset, and you could
But
just
she's
see
not
Drag
as
like fighting
fat,
through his own
as
teeth.
big as Shanny.
But then he's like, you could just see, okay, what were my coping strategies? I need to
I
dial
have
this
an
down.
aunt who's
right?
morbidly
Because
obese.
your PTSD is your PTSD. This is a legitimate thing. I haven't gone through it myself, but
In case you're wondering, the whole in that police you know, the whole police video, the arrest video. You know that arrest video when they had the body cam footage of her in the back of the ambulance. I have an aunt who is morbidly obese, or at least who is, I guess you could say plump. She has diabetes. And she can only get around in either a rascal. She can only walk around for short periods of time because of bad knees, because of health problems. But not to the extreme as Shanny likes to perceive. I mean, she has all these other health problems, but there are times where, yeah, she can move around, but it's only limited to rascals now. Because she's got a lot of health problems. Back in the day, we would always walk around all the time. Not anymore.
I'm very close to people who've been through it, and I understand the difficulties. But there's almost a certain glue.
But at least my aunt is not as big as Shanny. I mean, I know my aunt is obese, but Shanny is big as a house.
To say, oh, well, great, I have PTSD. Now I don't have to do this. Now I don't have to do that. Now I don't have to stop at stop signs or whatever. Just make up any excuse because you've got this condition. It's absolutely.
And I also have a cousin who is my aunt's daughter, who is almost as nutty as Shanny, but not to the extreme where she likes to play the victim 24/7 and act like the world is out to get her. She takes responsibility for her actions. She's a dermatologist. She works at a dermatology clinic now. My cousin,
who actually deal with PTSD. I mean, that's Drag's kind of. I mean, I'm not so passionate.
You put on a shirt, Drag.
About it as Drag, and I kind of understand why. For me, it's the whole as a mother, it's so hard on you to see your son go through this. That's not how parenting works.
Exactly.
No. And this is the part that I want to stay out of their shit. I want them to be able to figure it out. I want their kids to be able to grow up and figure out life the way human beings are supposed to. This is an exciting adventure. But when I hear this thing, I just want to tell her, like, none of us are hurting your kids. It's shit like that. That like, oh, now my kid has this problem, and it's drawn a lot of attention. So therefore, I need to go on YouTube. Don't contact Drag privately and say, hey, Drag, can you please do me a favor? Can we just chill for a little while because my son's having this problem? No, I've got to make 2 videos saying, oh, feel sorry for me, people, because I've got a kid that's got a mental health problem. Well, how's about you deal with your kid's mental health problem?
Because if she didn't put it on YouTube, she wouldn't be a victim.
Drag, 2 things real quick. 1, the video is still killing people. 2, you have a shirt on. That's kind of a problem.
The video's killing people. You mean the expression on her face?
Yeah.
Is that the issue?
Yeah. People are literally screaming.
What the hell?
It is a terror. Yeah.
That was just cruel. You left it on that. And
Yeah, I didn't look at it.
You're looking at this.
I'm sorry.
That ain't no. I tried to ask you before you left. You said no. Fuck. See, this is why Shanny says that Drag thinks of his viewers as pigs. He doesn't care about your well-being. He will do this. He'll leave this face on the screen and he'll just pee. He does not care.
You know what? You ever heard of a rougarou? That's a rougarou.
What's up,
people? Everyone that's not from Louisiana is like, what the fuck is a rougarou? It's a werewolf.
Man, that I was in the middle of the fucking hospital.
Oh my god.
Wait, what did she say?
Everyone.
That's a rougarou. It's a werewolf. I think I've heard of that urban legend. Before. The legend of the rougarou, Louisiana, urban legend about a werewolf or some stupid shit. That way. My cousin was a baby.
That's not from Louisiana is like, what the fuck is a rougarou? It's a werewolf.
Man, that I was having a panic attack in the middle of the fucking hospital.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my fiance is O'Neill and I will be April O'Neill eventually. You could always message me. All right.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
nonsense.
you, April.
Yeah, Jesus bless her.
It's just nonsense.
I can't even see the video, but I can feel
Yeah.
those tears sucking right back in her head.
Like,
Just listen to her as she starts reading comments.
Her supportive
It's like
comments
people
from
don't
you
deserve
fucking bastards in the comment section, knowing that
No.
that she'll not kick you out
They
as long as you
bother
keep
too
saying
much.
nice things. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is just not say anything,
Too
and she
much.
won't boot you. Fucking sit here and feed this
He's
shit.
okay.
Fuck
They
you
put him
all.
on suicide watch. No, he's in a
Well, usually it's
giant
not her
white
doing it; it's
room.
Faith, because everyone knows how well-adjusted Faith is.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of people that do it. Like, there's a whole lot of people that
So we're
sit
gonna
there and
pick up my
feed Shanny's
younger
ego
son.
because it's hilarious. And
How old is he? He's
I'm
gonna.
guilty. I'm guilty myself.
I was
do it.
about to say, Jello, you get on them
Yeah.
socks too, and you feed
I'm
that
totally.
beast.
I don't have socks. I'm like when I use another account, I do like a parody account, and I use a voice. Like I do, like it's never just typing.
Yes.
Okay, well, can I draw that boundary then? Because I'll tell you, I was in this game back in the freaking Venom Fang X days, right? And Gear Up and Nephilim Free. And one of the things that was pretty hip and trendy, especially amongst the younger non-believers, was to make sock accounts and then write to those people. Nephilim Free was a huge target for this. You just, all you gotta do is just send an email that says, "Oh, dear brother Nephilim Free, I want to thank you so much. You know, your wonderful videos have brought me to the Lord." So every once in a while, one of these guys would fake one of these emails attributing their conversion to Christianity to this guy's YouTube channel. And I don't know how many people realize, I mean, maybe I'm saying this like this, you should be surprised. Maybe you guys knew about that already, but it's surprisingly common. And I know people are doing it to G-Man too. So when G-Man says that he has all these people that have converted to Christ, he's not at liberty to say who they are. He's not entirely lying, because there are people who do send an email saying that that's the case. But of course, they're not going to come out and say it on YouTube, because they're lying to him to keep him talking. You know, and yeah, I do find it funny though when G-Man says, "Oh, well, I tell them don't ever say anything." Right. So you've converted to Christianity, and the first thing your brother in Christ tells you is, "Don't ever tell people about Christ," because of course the Christian message and the gospel message is entirely about secrecy. Idiot. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, I'm people are sending me mess. I'm cool, folks. I'm just like, I'm glad I take breaks, because this shit's just fucking stupid.
You feel like it's
Stop this, you internet terrorist.
Yeah. It's weird. Evil, mean people pointing out her terrible behavior. I mean, it's said in it's Twitch Logan, he's being sarcastic, but it's sad. Like, it's just sad.
Yeah. Well, why don't you go ahead? I know everybody knows what you're thinking, but why don't you go ahead and put voice to that? Why is it you can do a video where you are laughing your shirtless ass off because G-Man's freezing, right? That guy was living in misery, and yet it was pretty funny to you, at least. And now this conversation with Shanny about Shanny makes you angry. Is there an obvious difference there?
There's children involved. Like,
Right.
if there was a key difference, there's children involved here. I could give a shit. Like, I don't care if G-Man literally freezes his ass off. I don't give a shit if Shanny literally freezes her haunches off, or her flank, or porterhouse, whatever it is that she has on her. The what?
Ham hock.
Or ham hock, yes, that too. Cankles, all of it. You can go. But now that there's kids involved, that's what I wasn't desensitized from kids. Adult pain, adult, visceral, I was desensitized from. If y'all don't know, if y'all knew here, I was a combat medic in the Army. It's a joke.
Is that true?
Yes, I'm a combat medic. Yes. Combat medic.
I think I heard something about that at some point, but I'm not sure.
I had to mention it. We got new people. But seeing kids hurt is something that I can't really, and I don't think you can. If you get desensitized from that, you just might as well give up on life. But
you can turn it off.
It's just this, knowing that there's a kid back behind her being fed all this stuff, it bothers me. Like, that's what I can't. Yes.
I think I heard something about that at some.
Y'all
with Shanny about Shanny makes you angry. Is there an obvious difference there?
There's children involved. Like, right. if there was a key difference, there's children involved here. I could give a shit. Like, I don't care if G-Man literally freezes his ass off. I don't give a shit if Shanny literally freezes her haunches off, or her flank, or porterhouse, whatever it is that she has on her. The what?
Ham Hawk.
Or Ham Hawk, yes, that too. Kangles, all of it. You can go. But now that there's kids involved, that's what I wasn't desensitized from kids. Adult pain, adult, viscera, I was desensitized from. If y'all don't know, if y'all new here, I was a combat medic in the Army. It's a joke.
Is that true?
Yes, I'm a combat medic. Yes. Combat medic.
I think I heard some about that at some point, but I'm not sure.
I had to mention it. We got new people. But seeing kids hurt is something that I can't really, and I don't think you can. If you get desensitized from that, you just might as well give up on life. But
turn it off.
It's just this, knowing that there's a kid back behind her being fed all this stuff is bothersome to me. That's what I can't get around. I can't, I don't see, because she takes up most of the fucking camera. I can't see, but I know he's back there because I can hear him. And it's bothersome. It's worrisome. Really, really fucking
and
worrisome.
We knew too that G-Man had other options. G-Man was choosing to stay in uncomfortable circumstances and build his little hobo fires and stuff because it was good for views, good for bringing in money. So you know what? I didn't feel sorry for him. He had other options in that situation.
Yeah,
I think you've discussed.
But
those kids, Von Helton's kids, Shanny's kids, they're stuck in the situation. G-Man can suffer from G-Man's bad decisions.
Yeah,
but why are
Von
these
Helton
boys suffering from these two adults?
Because they had the misfortune of having Shanny as a parent.
Von Helton's kids, they don't have to suffer anymore because after CPS got them removed, I mean, how bad of a parent do you have to be to have your kids removed 11 times?
Somebody in the chat saying, I'm new to this Shanny situation, but who uses the child's suicide thoughts as content? Couldn't this be embarrassment to push him over the edge? Thank you. That's a point that somebody made earlier. Exactly. But that's a brilliant comment. So Anon, there's a reason for that. There's a reason that you have correctly identified that as a possibility. When you focus on a child's safety or another person's safety, you consider all the factors that may lead to a particular conclusion. When you are focused on yourself, you tend to preclude other possibilities that don't include yourself. That's why. Folks, that's why. That's exactly why.
And of course, it boils down to mean people on the internet. It has nothing to do with the fact that maybe one of his classmates discovered the OnlyFans site and saw a picture of his mom sitting in the bathtub looking like a lumpy bowl of mashed potatoes.
Oh, God. A melted bar of soap.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Mic open? That was awful.
Oh, God. That's disgusting. Oh, I had ED for like 18 hours. That's not even a joke. That's not even me being funny. I actually had ED after looking at all that shit.
It's fucked up because we had to watch the videos several times in a row, and I didn't.
I am so thankful.
Go ahead. I couldn't eat. I was just I was busy, kind of. Okay, I was laughing a little bit of vomiting. It's strange to do both.
Hey, who was that? Was that I'm sorry, Wilson, who just said that? I want to sort of challenge that idea that it might be a situation at school. Now, I take your point. I mean, you're right about this. Your parents are doing these embarrassing things, and if other kids at school find out about it, it certainly makes it more difficult. But just as a PSA point to ponder for people who have children in their lives, whether you're their parent or not, these kids who go through this kind of stress, One of the ways you can tell is by looking at their difference in mood in one environment or the other. If you have a kid who's a happy, well-adjusted, playful, creative child at home, but then doesn't want to get on the school bus and is a horrible, tight, nervous, shaky, head down kind of kid at school, you know why that is? They're getting bullied at school. You don't have to see the bullying. Right. If you see a kid who's happy at school and reasonably well-adjusted, occasionally gets down and doesn't make friends very easily, but at least they're comfortable at school, and they're uptight at home, it's because they're getting bullied. Or they have so much but I mean at home. It's the chaos in the home life. This is part of the way that these agencies just are able to tease out which kids are victim of which types of abuse, whether it's at school bullying or at home chaos.
I would completely agree with that.
I agree with that too.
So this is total speculation, but if I were to speculate on this, I bet if you could see these kids at school, they find going to school as a reprieve, as a delightful vacation. That's
get away from that family, get away from their mom and dad. Is he the father of those children?
No.
No, he's a baby carrot.
No, he's just a surrogate father.
Whoa.
So listen, we all heard her say that he does not have a baby dick.
Oh
He doesn't have a baby carrot.
But even if he did,
oh god,
even if he did, it would be okay.
Something else came in my mind, dog.
Because I like to ask my nephew to open up an account on YouTube in case you want to join me in covering this shit.
With that kid, like maybe it ain't got nothing to do. I don't want to throw nothing out there. I'm not gonna do that. But
I can spend some time with my nephew too. Yeah, I don't want to know about that shit yet. Vaughn ain't the only vampire here.
I know what my niece went through with a stepfather. I don't want to throw no accusation.
No, man.
Yeah, I tried to stay away from speculation publicly.
I can dig.
But yeah, so one of the people who's very concerned about the welfare of the kids sent me a message and that the instinct for when his adopted child was in danger was to drop everything else and figure out what the fuck's going on. Not to get on the internet, not to cry about it, not to do any of this other kind of shit. But that's an instinct that Shanny seems to lack. Just that maternal instinct to forget everything else, because now she's on Twitter, not even 6 minutes ago, retweeting shit from Perez Hilton about Hollywood, because she's so concerned about suicide now that she's off air.
Jesus fuck.
Yeah, 6 minutes ago. 7.
You're so fucking transparent, Shanny. It's fucking gross.
Yeah.
This is insulting. Like I know you're gonna listen to this shit, bitch. You're fucking insulting my intelligence by assuming I'm as fucking stupid as you. Knock that shit off.
Yeah.
Well, do you speak Japanese? I don't think so.
I mean,
and what's this about her being in Japan? It don't sound like she in Japan. I've been there, and the fucking unless the GPS is unless you change it. But
what, you don't think there's streets like Liberty Heights in fucking Japan?
There's no hell no.
Hell
you don't
no.
think it's not daylight in Japan when it's 3:30 in the afternoon in Ohio when it's daylight? Of course it is.
So wait. They're supposed to be in Japan right now?
Yep.
That's bullshit. They ain't in no fucking Japan. Drag, I've been there, bro. I was stationed. Ain't no way in the fuck they in Japan right now.
Yeah, well,
you're just wrong.
This is just one of the. So they have a series of lies that they tell. One of them is about the Jake Paul being related to Rev. And this recent one is the fact that, they're no longer in Colorado. Well, a few people from Irie Alex's folks over the Broken Toys, folks over my Discord, and just random people have been pointing out inconsistencies with this for the last 2 weeks, but they still want to maintain it. It's bad because not only have people picked up on this, but the fact that Shanny still geotags her location when she tweets. So you can clearly see the name of the town that they're in. And there's a video where Jason says the name of the town that Shanny's been geolocating them at. That's confirmation right there. It just so happened that I pointed out in the video, what was it? Saturday morning, I believe, where I was making breakfast, that it's really interesting that you can still see natural light come from their room when it's supposedly midnight. They were just live, and as soon as they went off air, I went on there and gave my 2 cents about what was said, and I remarked on it's really funny how it's still daylight where they're at in Japan, where it's midnight, but you can buy lights that give off a soft color temperature that resembles natural light. And so the next video, not even like the next day, Rev starts talking about these new light bulbs he got that resembles sunlight. Well, this is fucking how stupid they are, man. I've said, and they have watched me for years. There's a few things that I do in my videos because the people that I review are fucking stupid. I say things just to see if they'll repeat it. And I will place an emphasis on it, knowing that they're not smart enough to actually look into what I'm saying, but they'll just repeat it because they have no idea what I'm actually doing. I mentioned I knew that they're still watching me, so that gave me confirmation. And because he's an idiot and they don't draw their blinds or block the sunlight and actually get the bulbs, I can clearly see sunlight filling the room in 15-minute increments. And I showed it in one of my last videos that if you scrub the video, go all the way back, you can see the room steadily getting more and more light. Really strange for a place that's supposedly after midnight.
Well, Shaggy wasn't all that bright, and that's who he.
Don't diss Shaggy like that, dude.
So I don't.
Just the cartoon character.
The cartoon character, yeah.
Wasn't me.
The motherfucker
don't be
reminded me
dissing
of Shaggy so much. First time.
Yeah, don't be dissing Shaggy like that, dude. Shaggy can defeat Jiren with only 0.0000000000001% of his power.
Shaggy could help solve puzzles.
Yeah, you bite your tongue, sir. Like Shaggy at least served a purpose.
Yes, sir. I take that back then.
Shaggy always had the best weed.
Scooby.
Yeah,
That's
give
an interesting thing is where are they getting all the weed in Japan? Because
exactly.
We don't know them. Yeah,
I think it was a point that Hawkeye brought up. Yeah, how they getting weed in Japan. How she had a Sonic's cup the other day, and people were like, well, I didn't know that there were Sonic drive-thrus in Japan. Seems Google says there are none.
There are no Sonics in fucking Japan, bro.
Yeah.
Ain't you never heard of those?
Unless the only Sonic that they have in Japan is Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm sorry, the only Sonic that they have in Japan are those Sonic the Hedgehog stores where they sell Sonic the Hedgehog. Are stores where are those Sega stores where they sell Sonic the Hedgehog merchandise?
Tide sticks.
And
it's
look,
that shit that's tied to a stick, man.
And as far as weed, believe me, Drag, you gotta know certain motherfuckers in order to get weed in Japan.
You got no fucking Yakuza damn near.
Exactly.
Because if you're getting caught with weed in Japan, like that's your ass.
Yes.
Like that's prison time.
That's prison time, flat out. And you gotta know a motherfucker to get some weed there, bro. And if you're not just getting it off the motherfucker standing on the corner, say, "Hey, I got that zombie. You want some of that?" Nah, bro, it ain't gonna happen. If they catch you with it, you ass out.
You got some of that zombie, my man?
Oh, that's what we call zombie, brother. Believe me.
Hey, let me know when this shit's off air, Greg.
He's in the Discord. Don't worry, y'all can talk. All right. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this shit because this is just sad. Like I'm glad a lot of y'all turned out for this. I'm gonna
play more of this.
If Shanny,
I'm gonna play more of this and then I'm gonna end it off here because this is just sad. I'm gonna play more of this shit. All right. Good night, Corgi. Good night, Corgi. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Come get back home. Hell, I can even do some streams with my sister.
He's willing to take a break from the interwebs. I can't speak for nobody else, but I'll go and I'll review G-Man and D-Roy and somebody else.
I can do that
Shanny's
too.
Willing to just get the fuck off and just play Kingdom Hearts and not open her fucking carrot sucker, then cool. She won't hear shit out of me. But she has a bad habit, a really bad habit of not being too trustworthy. So I'm not going to put that past her.
I'll do this. I mean, not that I was asked, and I like to insert myself, and I want clout too. But no, seriously, I'll keep my name out her mouth until she makes another video.
Can I say something?
Go for it.
Go for it.
No.
This is Holy Spackle.
Hey.
Hi.
And
Hi,
hi. And
Hi,
I'm an
welcome to our
alcoholic.
meeting.
No, I was kidding. I'm not an alcoholic. No. I guess like if Shanny and Rev are watching this, I would ask them to do a couple things. One is prioritize your relationship with your kids over your relationship with each other. Actually, prioritize your relationship with the kids because these kids are at an age where they're vulnerable, they're impressionable, and no matter what, like, parents matter to kids, right? So like if you could get off the internet or even off the video games, if you prioritize your relationship with your children, I think it would go better. And then the other thing is, it's like, if you live in a beautiful state, the state of Colorado, and yes, you're in Colorado, don't bullshit me. The state of Colorado is a beautiful state.
I believe you.
There's so much to do outside. There's so much to see and experience. Like, I'm sorry, but like you're letting it go to waste, like just hiding in four walls, white painted, place. Like there's so much to do that is like sort of like a natural high. Like there's beautiful mountains. There's places to go hiking. There's things to do that are just great. Go for a bike ride. Do something physical. I don't know. Do something. But like get out of your house.
How great would it be to be like a 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old kid living in that area with your parents and going on
fucking amazing.
I would
Amazing.
love to live there. It's beautiful there. I would love to fucking.
About that, when this quarantine is a thing in the past, I might take a trip to Colorado. I'm gonna take a trip to Colorado when this quarantine ends. I'm just going to end it off here, folks, because basically point. I hope this was informative enough for you guys. And if you're feeling suicidal, or if you have suicidal ideations, to mention hotline. I'll put like there's the if you're feeling suicidal, know that these people are here to help you. The suicide prevention, I'll put that in the chat. I'll put that in the stream. Call the number 1-800-273-8255 or text talk. Suicide National Prevention Hotline. The National Suicide Prevention Hotline is a national network of local crisis centers that provide free confidential emotional support to people who suicide by empowering individuals, advancing professional practices, and building self-awareness. Call the hotline right here or chat with someone. Because remember, folks, you are not alone. And remember, you are not alone. Even in this dark times, you are not alone. And subscribe to my channel and so peace out, folks.